Hello and welcome in, everybody. Just getting everything's getting it going there. I don't know why that is still playing. Hold on a minute. Having some audio issues there. There we go. That's good to go there. Welcome in there, Snore. Oh my god, I feel like I'm gonna slaughter that name. Old follower back from ooh, well, welcome back in. Oh, Polka Trainer. Okay, yeah, we remember Polka Trainer. So new name, I guess, as far as you've been gone for a little bit. I guess as far as hopefully you got all those medical issues. It's only a medical issue I might be dealing with at the moment is a little bit stuffy. I've been up early this morning, I guess as far as since like 4:30 in the morning. Busy day so far. So yeah, if I sound a little stuffed up, that would probably be part of that. We need to get all the redeems, I guess, as far as fired up here so that y'all can have some fun with those. Good deal. Lots going on, I guess, as far as for today. So one of which, I guess, as far as we did some work here in the off stream. So I cleaned up the shop here a little bit, shuffled some things around. I think we even bought a brand new garage.
And look at your reward.
We bought another garage.
It's a new try.
Oh, you had the big C? Oh, that's never a good thing. I almost feel inclined to guess as far as call you Polka Trainer. How do we say Snorlax lover? Snore. I'm trying to pronounce that. I guess I'd be much used to the Polka Trainer, but I appreciate you clarifying that. Yeah, we have a lot of fun with this one, as we know, and yeah, so we did get a new garage.
Racer Batman
had to
says
clean some things up.
Oh,
there it is.
Sports car,
there it goes. We had to get it all in there. Racer Batman's found a new toy to play with there, I guess, as far as the TTS. Nice. I never would have thought about that though. Now we're not late. You just got started. But if you got the car trouble, we can help you out with that.
I believe it was the radiator.
Dang radiator. So yeah, I did shift some things around. Excuse me. Oh my god. I don't know where that came from. Been hydrating, I guess, as far as quite a bit this morning before the start of stream. So little bit burpy. Apologies for that. So yeah, it's going through, I guess, as far as we put the Nissan V8 350Z V8. We didn't have room for that one to put in here, so we shifted some things out, and also went through some of the cars we've already previously done and didn't completely restore it. So this was one of them, I do believe, I guess, as far as that was. These are pretty much all cars that are done stock and not really any performance or anything to it. So, yeah, we should be good to go for a while. This was in the wrong place. We do got some performance to that one. So, most of all these are our heavy performance vehicles. You know that we got a lot of performance parts too. Besides having... Where's that one for the... We got those there. Okay, what happened to all my Camaros? There's my Corvettes. Trying to remember which ones I put them all in there. I had to shift them all around. Oh, we got a snowball fight going. Here's our Camaros. There we go. So there's all of our Camaros. We still got room for one more in here if we need be, I guess, as far as whether which one we kind of swap out, I guess, as far as hanging out in front. So yeah, we should be pretty good to go, I guess, as far as on the garage there for a while. 2.5 years on that follow time. Yeah, we're glad to have you back in here, Polka Trainer. I don't know if yeah, maybe take me a little bit, I guess, as far as to get used to the new name. So if you catch us, I guess, as far as slipping on that, now that we know who you were, I'm just glad to have you back. So yeah, let's get that snowball fight going. Nice. Have done some more work also, again, I guess, as far as in the off stream. Still don't have much to show on it, I guess, as far as we've done some more work in the off stream, I guess, as far as with the Gen 2 Camaro. Trying to get that one finalized. So we did bring out the Ferrari, I guess, as far as that we had in our project garage. So now that project garage is empty. We did, I want to do my own configuration for this Restomod 57 Bel Air and make one so it's not quite so hefty on the horsepower at the base. Because right now, this is without any performance parts other than the transmission, just to smooth out the gears. I just feel like that's way too high at the base. So what I would do is create our own Restomod configuration, call it just a Restomod 2, and just tone that down a little bit so you have some room, I guess, as far as to make it get it up to this point with performance parts. I feel like that would be a little bit more realistic in that. I don't know if that's what that designer wanted to go with, to be able to build horsepower to that. Now I know there's some things that I've considered, I guess, as far as to have performance parts already applied to the car when you find it. Obviously that's not an option. So that might be what this creator did, I guess, as far as to, you know, kind of make shift, I guess, as far as having performance parts on the car, even though you can't have them on the car when you find it. That might be. We've had kind of toyed with that a little bit, but decided against that. So I think that if we make our own config for that, I guess, as far as to kind of tone it down, I'm thinking right around 675, 700 horse at the base, and then build up from there. I think that would be a good... But first off, I guess, as far as we have this Ferrari to work on. This is available last week. We did see this, I guess, as far as last week on the Steam Workshop. It's only got the one trim. So we did get this at auction, and I think it was a 3-star. So I'm thinking this may only need oil. This engine's in pretty good shape here. So we're going to try to put some oil in it. Top it up with some fresh oil and see if she'll run. See what we got here. So it does have the turbo V8 into it. I don't know what these had in actuality, so... Okay, let's check the oil just to make sure we got enough in here. See if we can try and get it started. Look at how clean this is in comparison to the body. The body just needs a bath. That dipstick is hidden underneath the intercooler. There we go. So yeah, oil's a little dirty, but I'm thinking she'll run. Let's just see what we got here. Love, what color on which one there, Racer Batman? This one's dirty yet, so we gotta wash it. Let's start it up. So the gauges work on it, and she fires up just by getting a little oil into it. That's cool. Yeah, you speaking of this one here? Yeah, I think this color fits this one pretty good, especially with the black trim on it. We did decide, I guess, as far as to put a different trunk on it, because the trunk that normally comes with this config, I guess, as far as has vents in the trunk, which I found kind of odd. So I think this one looks better. The fact that that's interchangeable like that, that's pretty neat. We might even make it so that, I don't know if we could do that or not, possibly, in the body config, I guess, as far as for our own, we could make it so that it has this trunk instead. So yeah, we could probably play around with that in our own config. But I want to work on this Ferrari here first and break her down. Let's get it over to, so we know it runs. Let's get her on over to the car wash. And let's see what color it is. So it should be red. Yes. This one should be red. Which one do you want in your driveway? Oh yeah, the blue one? Yeah, the blue one turned... Oh, this one's actually silver. Check this out. That's cool. So this one's actually silver. Nice compliment to the red that those normally are. Loving the body shape, I guess, as far as I know already. As far as the cutouts for the ductwork, I guess, as far as going through the rear end, I guess, as far as to feed air into the turbos. You got the intercoolers and all that. Very well set up, I guess, as far as on this thing. Let's get it back on the lift. Yeah, there's a few wheels missing, so it's only got one wheel on it. And I think these are staggered. So we do have wider tires in the back and in the front. So yeah, we'll have to address that issue. We'll get it all right. Neat. All right, so let's fix up some body panels. So it needs to probably be welded. Yes. Let's get it welded. Get that out of the way. So we'll do that. And we're 3250, I guess, as far as to get that welded. Seems pretty about right, I guess, as far as for this type of car. These are pretty much fiberglass, just like a Corvette's, if I do remember right. Very fiberglass based, I guess, as far as on the bodies and the panels. Let's get this out of the way. So that frame is in good shape. So let's fix up some body panels. Thinking most of these should be repairable. Got the flip up headlights. Yeah, a lot of this is in the yellow. Good deal. So it's missing a trunk lid. Taillights. Oh, they're singular. Check that out. So they're not even to... That's pretty neat. We're missing that one. Neat. So I think on the one that we have in here by default, the Ferrari F40 or 50 that we have in here, that's the lights are all in one piece. These are actually separate. That's pretty slick. I like that. Let's get the winders out. So we were missing the trunk lid. Good evening there, Jack Dog. Welcome in there, Gushman. Have you built the Bel Air? Yeah, so we've had the Bel Air done. I was just speaking of if you're just coming in, try to create our own config, I guess, as far as for this one. That has a little bit lesser horsepower, I guess, as far as at the base. So that's probably what we'll get into today, I guess, as far as after working on the Ferrari. We're going to work on this 288 GTO, I guess, as far as we found from auction. So far, it's looking pretty good. So we can take the rear clamshell. Oh, look at that. So it actually includes the roof. That's slick. I like that. Pretty cool underbody work. See, I've had a lot of problem with this, too, with underbody. Trying to get it nice and smooth looking. So yeah, the fact that we got these cuts in here like that, not uncommon, I guess, as far as for what I've had to deal with our Gen 2 design. But not too badly done. Not too badly done. But I kind of like how it's included the roof, I guess, as far as the rear clamshell. Neat. All right, let's go get these parts that we can fix up here. Going on there, Dumpster Angel. Welcome on in. Yeah, we're doing this good. We're just getting started. Appreciate everybody dropping in, I guess, as far as working on this 288 GTO Ferrari. Give it a little bit of critique. It is available for free over on the Steam Workshop. In fact, speaking of the Steam Workshop, we have Ghulishman has created their, what I consider, maybe you have to correct me if I'm wrong, their first car edit with that Mercedes going, and it is available on the Steam Workshop. We're going to check that out here in a second. Now that we see that Ghulishman is in here. Shared with that information, I guess, as far as in the Rock Nation Discord. So, yeah, it looks like it turned out pretty good. Let me switch this over so we can check this one out. Yeah, we're going to check it out here right now, Gushman. No, we haven't built it yet, I guess, as far as we just started here. So, let me see how this is available on... So if we go... Oh, shoot. We need to go here. Don't worry about that. Don't adjust your screens. Boop. So, yeah, here it is. Here's the information posted on the Rock Nation Discord. I was asking Ghulishman, I guess, as far as if you have... This looks pretty cool. This reminds me of like a Ken Diggett design. You know, really low, I guess, as far as... got the flashier wheels to it. Pretty neat. So the fact that this is based on the DLC, so you would have to have the Mercedes DLC. So this is the 300 SL, as we can see up there, and it is available on Steam Workshop right here. We're going to check this out on the workshop right here. So if we want to get this, we can subscribe to that. And it's actually showing that Ghulishman is in game. I'm actually playing Ark Survival. Nice. So yeah, we're gonna probably go ahead and subscribe to this guy and see if we can find this thing. It does have, and I'm assuming this is the only config to it, is the 392 Hemi. It's looking like it only has the 392 Hemi, I guess, as far as config to it. How many horsepower you got to it? Looks like it has, that's the torque, 449, so it's not like a crazy amount of horsepower. So it's about, I don't know if that's been bumped up at all, I guess, as far as by the torque mod. Seems pretty realistic. Very clean on the engine bay. It's got some other pictures in here, I guess, as far as to check the underside. Doesn't look bad, and I think we would probably end up checking this one out. So let me go ahead. I think I'm signed in here. If I am subscribed in here, now we will need to restart our game. We are officially subscribed to that. There we go. We'll need to restart our game, I guess, as far as in order to be able to populate that in here. But it is just under a megabyte, I guess, as far as when it comes to that config for that one, having the DLC, I guess, as far as for that one. So that's pretty cool. Appreciate you sharing that with us there, Galushman. Let's switch this back over. So it's good to know. Whoops. Hello. Don't adjust your screen. It's good to know, I guess, as far as some of the information that we do provide here on the channel, I guess, as far as how to create your own, seem to be somewhat useful. You need the Jeep Ram DLC for the engine. Oh, you do? That's the Jeep Ram. So we don't have that. We might have to fix that problem too. So we do have it subscribed. We do have it subscribed, I guess, as far as, so if it comes down to that, we'll have to get the Jeep Ram DLC. So that's where you get the 392 Hemi. I gotcha. Your first config, so I don't know how to do horsepower and other configs. It's actually not that hard. You can actually change that, and we can get into that later, I guess, as far as in the editor. Just the oil inside the frame. That's the only clipping that you had. I mean, if that's all you had, that's not too terrible. But in real life, it would cut everything for exhaust, right? So just the fact that you got to work with, we've had the same issue with creating our own configs. Just being able to make the parts that are available to us work the best that you can. And I think from what I see there, that looks pretty good. What about the redeem? Or does that not count? Which redeem did you mean there, Jackdaw? Yeah, did we get these all fixed? Or, unless you're speaking of the request, I guess, as far as to do a car. Now, here's the thing, and this might be the stipulation. If you're creating your own car, yeah, for sure. I want to check it out just for my own personal, I guess, as far as a deal there, just to see how it's done. My whole philosophy is, as far as like the pictures don't do it justice. But if you're creating your own config, I'm definitely going to take the initiative, I guess, as far as to check it out. I'm going to have priorities, I guess, as far as for what I do on stream. So, like, I'm going to be doing this one, and I'm going to do my own config on this one. And beyond that, I guess, as far as it's up to... but yeah, if anybody out there wants to see a particular car config done here on stream, that's why we have that request. But... I reserve the right, I guess, as far as if you're going to create your own config and you want to share it, especially on the... Okay, so that one was missing. Yeah, I'm definitely going to entertain it, I guess, as far as to see, especially if I like the way it looks. I'll use my own discretion on that. That request that's out there is mostly for people that want to see a particular dart, because most people want to come here and, you know, see a particular car built. So if you have a request, go ahead and redeem it. That's what I have that there for. So some of these lights were missing. This is one thing I do like about the mod cars, is you can repair these. Okay, we need a new one of those. So we got to go to here. And where's our Ferrari at? This one guy right here. Well, we got John Von sneaking in. Insert bio here. That's pretty funny. Where did John Von send this? What's going on there? Did you get your internet back there, John Von? John Von was doing some Satisfactory yesterday, I guess, as far as and got abruptly cut off, I guess, as far as due to internet issues. So hopefully got that back. First, I want a big long side pipe from the Viper, but found the downpipe. But found no downpipe. Yeah, so like I said, I guess as far as some of these parts are a little bit hard to come by to get them to line up right. I want to have, for example, the X pipe, I guess as far as to come on the Hellcat engine for the Dodges, have that separate so that I can actually apply that to a lot of our own custom builds. But they have it as all in one piece, so it's not segregated. So yeah, stuff like that. I can definitely relate to that, Galishman. This isn't Satisfactory. No, it definitely is not. We play that on our Saturdays. So you are on mobile? Yep. So I wonder what the issue is for your internet there, John Von. That's too bad to hear that. Is that the 50 mil car you was told about last Wednesday? What 50 mil car? Which 50 mil car there, Jackdaw? What's going on there, Eagle Busa? Are you excited for CMS 20? Oh, yes. Yes, I'm looking forward to the demo there, Eagle Busa. I guess as far as once that comes out sometime between now and March. They're saying Q1. I need to paint this here. So what I will do... Yeah, I got the hood still off. I'm going to use that as their color. Oh, it was missing a hood. Okay, hold on. Okay, the bumper should be the proper color. So I'm going to leave that off. We're going to paint this trunk. This was missing. Yeah. We got Critton coming in there trying to do get a snowball fight going. The terminal got deleted via a car. They're working on it. Oh, somebody ran over a... Ooh. Yeah, that's rough. Someone must have had ice on the road. So probably someone ran into it. Downloader multiplayer is glitchy. Yeah, I don't do the multiplayer. I don't do multiplayer on this one here just due to that, Eagle Busa. But we do have multiplayer coming into... they've confirmed it. Red Dot Games has confirmed it that there will be multiplayer. Now, whether or not it will be crossplay, that's still yet to be seen. That should be available on CMS 26. So, looking forward to that. So, hopefully, the drag DLC, or the drag part of it, might be already included, even if it is DLC. I don't care. Be able to have that competition, I guess, as far as with real human players. Got a little webcam action there for you. There you go. Devs are saying multiplayer. Yes, devs have confirmed that there is multiplayer on it now. Like I said, what we don't know, I guess, as far as it's going to be crossplay. As far as on the multiplayer, I would assume so. I don't want to make that assumption before we actually are able to. And whether or not the multiplayer aspect will be available in the demo once that does come out. I think they just want, as they always have, they want us to get a feel, I guess, as far as for the game when it actually comes out. This should be silver. There we go. Wanted that color. We want to get it into our swath. Ta-da! Now, we didn't really need to repaint this, but we just need to get that color in our swath so we can paint our new parts. Alright, so now we got to paint the trunk. And that's this guy. Right now it's just primer. And we have that color in our swath. Let's go ahead and paint that. And then we also got a hood we got to paint too. Alright, so as long as we got that color in our swath now. You like that one there, Critton? Like my webcam action. Everybody's always asking me, why don't you use a webcam? Well, you got to redeem for it. If you want to see what my goofy face looks like, there you go. Xbox and PC, I would assume. PS5 probably not. I can't confirm that or not there, Eagle Busa. Cannot confirm that. Speaking of multiplayer, why do so many people want to join in on Satisfactory? I don't want someone just building one. See, it all comes down to who you know there, John Von. You know, if you know the person, you know they're not going to mess up your gameplay. You know, like I've had Evan the Bandito, I guess, as far as helping me. And I know he's going to have this fun, but he's not going to do anything, I guess, as far as that's going to take away, I guess, as far as make me having to clean stuff up or things like that. But we do have fun with it, I guess, as far as I think it just comes down to finding somebody to play with that's, yeah, going to be, you know, not going to screw up your gameplay is all. So we did have a rear bumper. That's the only factoid I can give you on that there, John Von. I have not noticed, I guess, as far as when I've been on your stream, that anybody's been requesting to come into your game. But if they have, I guess, as far as that's why everybody likes this game. But you do get your trolls if you don't know them very well, I guess, as far as they will come in there and yeah, we gotta buy a new truck. Gotta get it painted too. So let's do that. Gotta get the body fixed up on this butt. Yeah, I'll get on that snowball action. I guess as far as anybody want to get on the snowball action. We got plenty of snow outside in actuality as well. Indeed. So yeah, whether or not we'll get quality of life mod, whether or not we'll even need it in CMS 26, that's another thing. We have not seen entirely what the devs have been working on. I don't think they're giving away all the secrets. But it could very well possibly be. We won't even need quality of life mod. So that's, like I said, that's still yet to be seen too. I would like it that we wouldn't have to use a quality of life mod at all. Just have the things that the current quality of life mod in 21 here offers. That'd be awesome. But yeah, as far as the 50 mil car, I don't remember exactly there, Jack Dog, I guess, as far as which one we were talking about, but might have to refresh my memory. Some, also several, trying to add me on Discord instead of joining the server. It's weird. Yeah, I get that too. I kind of figured you kind of knew that was the, you know, that was the how would you say it, as far as like that comes with the territory. I get it all the time, and a lot of them I do have to just deny or reject because not trying to be a jerk, but it's just like I don't know you, I guess, as far as, so if you come in the stream and, you know, kind of introduce yourself a little bit, I guess, as far as it may be, you know, a little bit more enticing, I guess, as far as to possibly want to add you into the gameplay, you know. I mean, it's, come on now, we got to use common sense here. Just because you want in, it doesn't mean I'm going to let you in. What is this little piece here? That's the whole front clamshell. Okay, we got to take that off too, apparently. Hold on a minute. So we've got, okay, all this has got to come out. Hold on a minute. Got to get this one here. You can see the difference in paint there, I guess, as far as due to the different parts. Got to take all this off to get the front clamshell off. All right, hold on a minute. There it is. Check that out. That's pretty cool. I like the way they did that. That's pretty well done. I like that. These are the types of things I've been trying to implement. So I did the front clamshell design, I guess, as far as on our Gen 2. Just to have all the fenders and that come off on one piece. So just to... Now, they did it a little bit differently to where you got to take the other stuff off to get to the front clamshell. Ours, we just got it as one big piece. So there's different ways to go about it as far as how do you design this. Now, we could have this set up to where if we wanted to take the front end off in one piece and then the fenders off in one piece, but yet it's all a front clamshell if you want to take it all off at once. So if you only wanted to take this fender off or this fender off from the front end, you can do that, but also take the whole thing off at once. So I have tinkered around with that on our Gen 2. This one's not badly done. I like how they've done that, almost the same as some of these default cars, where you got to take other parts off first to get at it. Okay, let's go ahead and put that back on. Now we got her fixed up. That is pretty stinking cool. Alright, let's get her fenders back on. Don't add people on Discord. 9 times out of 10 there's some sort of... Oh, absolutely. Yeah, unless you know the person and they've come in to your stream and actually introduce themselves, even then you want to use a little bit of caution. But, you know, if they've given you a little bit, of introduction of who they are, and even, you know, shared some common interests that you have. Like, I'm just going to pick on Ghoulishman, for example. Ghoulishman's come in here and has stuck around here and interacted with the stream, and have shown, you know, it's like, hey, I like doing the same things as you're doing, as far as so. And they've even just posted today, I guess, as far as about a config that they've done on a car and posted to the Steam Workshop. Those types of people I know, I guess, as far as they're legit, right? So I don't have a problem, I guess, as far as with supporting those types of folks that come into the stream. But if you're coming in here and be like, oh, come check me out, you know, it's just like, and try to steer everybody away from here and go to you. No, I'm not gonna support that. Sorry, that's not the way I work. It's not the way anybody should work when it comes to streaming. We need to paint that door too, so let's go ahead and get this off. You just gotta have a little bit of common sense with that, I guess. That's all it comes down to. You need to go back to blocking all friend requests if not connected people. I mean, there's different approaches you can take to it. I tend to look at it, like I said, from the standpoint, if you've come in to the stream and have actually interacted, you know, a little bit to just kind of introduce you, you know, who you are, if we got, you know, common interests and stuff like that, you know, then I'll take the initiative, I guess, as far as to maybe, you know, give you a benefit of the doubt. But some folks, you know, even if when you do that, I guess, as far as they turn out to be not a good choice, I guess, as far as like that. It's this is the way it goes sometimes. There's a huge gap in that fender and bumper. On this, on the Ferrari, we can check that out here for a second. See, though, there's only so much we can adjust. Only so much we can adjust on. This is why I like getting into, just to see how these cars are designed, because it helps us design our own. Which gap are you talking about? So one thing I do notice, as far as this body line here, doesn't really flow into the fender as much as I don't know if that is the way it is in actuality. I'd have to look at an actual Ferrari 288 GTO, but this body line I feel should probably follow through here on the fender, but I don't see much of a problem there. I mean, these things are hard to design. Don't discount that at all, I guess, as far as these things are not easy to design. So we need this mirror. All those are paintable. Yeah, these cars take a lot of time, I guess, as far as to there's a lot of modeling going on with this stuff. So those paintable? Yes, they are. I'm gonna paint that too. Get all the paintable parts, I guess, as far as painted. This is looking good so far. Jono even coming in here. How we doing there, Jono? Welcome in. We got a raffle going on there too, folks, I guess, as far as get on that. So we're getting close to the end of the month. So if you're not in that top 5 already, I guess, as far as get those fluids built up, I guess, as far as to get yourself in that top 5. It's been shaking up there pretty well, pretty nicely, I guess, as far as this month, this new year. We're doing pretty good there, Jono. Hope everything's doing all right over in your neck of the woods. All right, we got that painted. Cool. Yeah, so just to kind of reiterate, I'd like to explain, I guess, as far as the fluids here have a little bit of value to it. So if you find yourself in that top 5, that's showing that you do interact here in the stream, I guess, as far as quite a bit. You can earn yourself a free sub for the month, for the next month. If you find yourself in that top 5, you can also gift that sub to you, I guess, as far as to somebody else if you already have one or don't wish to have it. Like, if you're not going to be here as much, you know, if you're going to be infrequent, I guess, as far as you can gift that to somebody else if you wish, or you can be VIP for the month. You have those choices, I guess, as far as if you do find yourself in that top 5 of the fluids for the month. So right now, if we were to consider, I guess, as far as we have Racer Batman in the first spot, that's the first time we've seen Racer Batman in the first spot. Jack Dahl in second, Farmer Guy is holding on to third, Dark Legacy in 4th, and Smoonalini is in 5th. So those folks there, I guess, as far as what have the dibs, I guess, as far as in the gift a sub for the channel, VIP, or to gift it to somebody else. And we've exercised, I guess, as far as that that very thing, I guess, as far as for even before the start of this new year. So it's been working out pretty good. Let's get this new windshield. I'd like to show some appreciation for the folks that do like to show the support on the channel. This one includes the wipers in it. So that's something I have taken into consideration on our Gen 2. We have no wipers represented on our Gen 2. And typically on these Gen 2s, I guess as far as the wipers are going to be tucked underneath in the cowl, under the hood. So they're not really going to be visible, per se. But that's definitely something I need to consider, just little details like that. We're doing a complete rework, I guess, as far as on the trunk. This one here is going to have a lot more detail into it than it does currently. And part of that reason is as far as we want to have a more tubbed body, I guess, as far as for our drag version. And, you know, this current one underbody that we have for our Gen 2 just doesn't cut it. So that's been a lot of the work being done in the off stream. And when I have more to show, I guess as far as on that there, we'll definitely let the folks get a peek at that. I want to get that one actually out before 26 comes out. Now, I'm not worried about the demo. The demo is the demo. That's going to be its own animal. But I would definitely like to get something out in that Gen 2, I guess, as far as before 26 fully releases. That would be nice. And I'm hoping that the process, I guess, as far as to get mod cars into 26 will be similar. That way it'll be not very difficult, I guess, as far as to get cars that we're creating for 21 into that game. Now, I know there's going to be some cars that, you know, may not be offered, I guess, as far as in 26, because we'll probably have a whole new slew of cars by default. But definitely mod cars, I want to be able to see a lot of those in there. So the ones we've come to enjoy in this game, I want to be able to have those for 26, hopefully. That's you know, just wishful thinking. Yeah, this cleaned up pretty nice. So how's our body looking? 98%. So that, I think that last 2% is going to be plate. We're probably only on the back here. So no plate on the front, just on the back. So let's go to the plate shop, and we'll get a standard plate for her. Let's go here. Let's get a standard plate for now. That's fine. One of them for the back, and this should get the body to 100%. So we're just shaking this thing down there to see what she's got. So this was originally a California car. Originally a California car. You don't see the fender gap? Which fender gap? I don't know which fender gap you're talking about. So I'm looking at the fender here. What are you talking about? You talking about this gap right here? Like on the door, that's trim. So this gap right here, I can see how that there's some inconsistency in that trim there a little bit. Like I said, these things are hard to design. So I can even see the decal that's on the fender there. It's not 100% flush or contoured, I guess, as far as to the body. That's tough to do too. So I've had my so on this one, just to show as an example, to get these to contour to the body, the approach that I've taken is to just make them, the emblems, the decals, these are individual emblems, decals, right? Just to make it thicker, I guess, as far as so that the contour of the body panel, I guess, as far as will match. So just to kind of give you a look there. So you got no orange peel on that either there. So that's our Z28 trim, there's our SS trim. So you can see how much thicker I had to make that so that the contour of the body is, you know, so there's no lift on it. So that's one thing I do see. I don't really count that as a flaw. It could probably be, it could be tweaked on, that's for sure. But yeah, it has a little bit of raised on the emblem. So that could probably be dealt with, but that's a very hard contour, I guess, as far as to get that that badge to match without making it look super funky. So yeah, unless you're talking about this gap here, I think that's pretty particular for the Ferraris. Now, I will say, I guess, as far as there's a little bit of inconsistency with the design of, let's see here, can't get a. It seems to be inconsistent from the door to this here, if that's what you mean too. Again, it could be one of those things that can be tweaked. The only part of the reason I've gone through a lot of these types of difficulties with our own design, you know, some of these things are not easy to deal with, to get it all in the fine tune. So the fact that I've taken the initiative, I guess, as far as to completely redesign the underbody on the Gen 2, just to make things flow. See, like, there's a lot of blahness, like, as far as to the engine bay. We've seen some of these other cars, these mod cars that we worked on, have a nice dressed up firewall and things like that. I want to be able to apply that to this one. So I can see that it's possible. It's just a matter of executing that application. No, that's the door. Now at the angle, it might be intentional. Yeah, so the fact that it may be intentional. It very well may be intentional. I'm not a connoisseur of sorts, I guess, as far as with Ferraris. So this is the other thing. I tend to divulge myself into building these cars and I'm not familiar with. You know, I consider the way these are designed by other folks, I guess, as far as that's probably the way it's actually supposed to be done. So another anomaly that I notice. Oops, let's see if I can pinpoint it. So if you notice right here, and I've had the same type of issue with trying to design. I should probably pull up my standard without the spoiler. So when I designed this car originally, the thought in mind, I guess, as far as was to have the built-in spoiler. That's what I had on my own SS, and that's what gives me inspiration for this car. Now, I did not consider, I guess, as far as making a standard without the spoiler. So I've had to refine tune, I guess, as far as this rear end. In fact, I'm going to swap this out here really quick. Let's move this to our garage. I'm going to pull out our standard and kind of give you an idea just how difficult this is to get. It's much the same as it is in reality to get that contour of the body, I guess, as far as fine tuned. So no matter virtual or reality, I guess, as far as it's not easy. So if we go into our garage, I'm going to leave that one in here for now. And we're going to pull out our into standard, this one here, and move that out. So this is the standard. So I had to completely redesign this guy. So you can see here it's not 100% done yet. And we've been doing some work on this in the off stream, like I said, to make a more standard one, I guess, as far as like this. I did not consider that, I guess, as far, and I can this all goes down to planning it properly, I guess, as far as if I would have done it to where there was no spoiler and then built on the spoiler, I guess, as far as like this, I guess, as far as it probably wouldn't have been as difficult. So I'm seeing the error of my ways, I guess, as far as with that. So that's just poor design, you know, taking into consideration on that. But that's what I see in even cars like this one. This line here, I guess, as far as doesn't 100% match up, I guess, as far as here, it's just, you could probably fine tune that, you know, to make it a little bit more smooth. I've done that on my own. So this side doesn't look as bad, right? So I can even just kind of picture too, I guess, as far as what it took, I guess, as far as to get this inset, I guess, as far as put into the body. So they probably initially made it so where it was not here, and then they had to cut this all out, I guess, as far as to get that filled in, I guess, as far as to have that on there. That's what I would have to imagine, just based on what I can see there. I've seen today a new mod for you. It's an IROC Z, for real? Do you have a link there, Galushman? If you need a permit there, just let me know. An IROC Z, hey? So is it based on... yeah, you said it was on the Steam Workshop. So yeah, if you got a link to it, I guess, as far as, just let me know and I can give you a permit. Really need to whitelist that one too, I guess, as far as... so did I get all the body parts now? Yeah, we're 100% on the body now. And the frame, so we already got that welded. That's cool. Let's do some interior. We already know this thing runs. It does run, so let's do this. Disassemble. Be like number 5, we need to disassemble. So it's just a 2-seater. Alright, so let's do assemble. Try to get that snowball fight going there again, I guess, as far as I'll get on in that action. We got a lot of snow here, I guess, as far as to play with, so no matter virtually or reality. Had to pack that one up. You do have a link, I guess, as far as let me give you a permit here. Second here, Ghoulishman. Appreciate the patience. Whoopsie, hold on. Don't you just type it in right. There we go. So if you've got the link to that one here, as far as let us know. So let's go this. I think I already got them on there. Got where I left off there. So let's go in the interior shop. Nope, I need to get them on there. Okay, cool. Let's go here. Let's get us 2 new bucket seats and steering wheel. Normal mode. And then let's go to the interior shop. There we go. Now we need 2 new buckets and a steering wheel. And we'll install those new pieces. There we go. Get the interior to 100%. And now we should be good to go on interior. Nice. No, it's just all the other parts we got to deal with. Cool deal. Alright, so I think I want to do rear end on this first because got the engine back there. So we're going to drain the oil. We do know the engine runs. We need to clean it up. So there should be, let me see what we got here. Let me see, is this another one done by Dead Bob possibly? This one's done by... Oh, this one's a new one. Oh, snap. This one's just this year. So we do need some DLC, which is the police DLCs. We don't have that. We don't have the police DLC, so we might be in the market to possibly get the Jeep Ram DLC and the police DLC. I wonder why I need the police DLC for this. Let me see what it says here. Wow, what the heck is with this description? You ever heard of formatting? Ayya caramba. So I'm not familiar with this person that did it, but it is Zero something or other. It must be fairly new to this. I mean, I like it, but the fact that we don't have the police DLC, I guess, as far as I just wanted to read up on it as far as why we need that. Corvette delivered technology, so it's just a little bit of a story. The mod includes 3 liveries, providing visual variety across both configurations. So there's 2 configurations. All parts are properly aligned, scaled, and configured in-game use. Nice, I like that. So it doesn't really say why we need the police DLC. Okay, so I'm just looking at the comments there. So yeah, if I knew why it required the police DLC, it might be one of those things that we don't need to have it. So I'll have to... Yo, Chemical coming in. What's going on there, Chemical? Give me those diesel bucks.
Show me those diesel bucks, yeah. Diesel bucks, yeah. Show me those diesel bucks, yeah.
Guess I have to do it.
Yes, you have to. Well, you don't have to, but we do appreciate their for spending that Prime over here, Chemical. Well, how have we been doing there? So you're new to Prime sub, so no special alert. What the hell? Oh, it didn't actually do it, so you must have had to refresh. Did you have to refresh it? Yeah, it did come through there. Definitely appreciate you using that Prime here, Chemical. I guess as far as you can definitely use that anywhere here on Twitch. So the fact that you've considered over here, that's very awesome. So yeah, if we can figure out what that one, I appreciate you sharing that link there. I'm going to keep that up on my tabs here, Ghoulishman. It's a fairly new one that came out there. I like the way it looks, but I'm not sure why it requires the police DLC, which we don't have. Once I can figure that out, then maybe we can do something with that. Alright, so we need to move this guy over here so we can drain this oil low. So you've been studying hard over there, Chemical. I know you've... I think I missed a couple of your streams, I guess, as far as... got the notifications late. And I went over to the channel, it's like, oh, he's not on anymore. And I was very sad. John Von was playing with the crayons. So, yeah, I'm hoping John Von's internet comes back there sometime soon, because he was playing very interesting approach, I guess, as far as the Satisfactory. And for any of you that have seen my gameplay, what is going on with this? We got to get this from the engine bay. Okay. Interesting. So we can't. It's right there though. Just let me take it out. Silly. So let's get this gearbox out. So starter. Yep. Get this gearbox out at least anyway. Let's get down parts off that we can while we're out. Got it up in the air. So it's missing that axle. Okay. So some parts were pilfered over at the auction. Not unusual. Alright, so that should give that enough to get that pulled out. We'll get that exhaust pulled out too. So it's strained. Got it dismantled. Let's get that yanked out of there. Ooh, this one flips that way. Okay. I got you. Can we get in here? There we go. Let's get that pulled out. Gotta kind of reach over. Get the reach over there. So let's drain out all the fluids. While we're at it. So, whoop, that's not what I meant to do. Additional. Boop. I'm kind of hoping they don't change too much how these, you know, different processes work. Maybe they'll refine it even better, I guess, as far as maybe it'll just be one click, I guess, as far as to go through the animation to, yeah. There's some things we don't know yet. I'm gonna replace that right away. There are some things I still would like to have retained, I guess, as far as in CMS 26. Get a new reservoir for that. Oh, intercoolers. We'll have to probably get this from the lift. Now, this is just the way that part's designed. We've seen this many times over. So just because these intercoolers are here and we can get at it, they're designed, I guess, as far as to be like under the car, if you will. So they have to be removed, just like fuel tanks. So even this fuel tank, even though it's in the trunk, probably going to have to put it on the lift. Yep. So that's just the way these parts are designed for the game. Because typically these types of parts are going to be under the car. So it's not a fault of the car that you're working on, be it a mod or what have you. It's just the way some of those parts are designed. So that's the same there. Okay. Let's do... We still need to get that up on the lift to get the rest of that out. Okay, no problem. So let's get this engine pulled out now that we got it all ready to go. This over here. School and my son have taken up a significant amount of bandwidth in my life lately, I can imagine. Been sunny though, getting outside a little before the rain returns. So what's the temperatures been like over there on the West Coast? Over there in Washington State? Just out of curiosity. I know here it's cold, snowy, and yeah, it's miserable. Very miserable. In fact, I had a very early day today, I guess, as far as to what did I just do that for? I'm dumb. I needed to pull it out. Yeah, so I've been up since like 4:30 in the morning, I guess, as far as what the good side of it is that we were able to get what needed to get done for the roads, because they're very slippery. A lot of accidents are happening due to the lack of personnel out there, I guess, as far as to take care of the roads. And it's a whole thing with our city management, I guess, as far as they don't want to spend the money, I guess, as far as to keep a full-time staff on to you know, to be able to fix the roads. And there's, you know, so the fact that we've had so many fender benders in the past couple of weeks, I guess, as far as they're finally saying like, oh, maybe we should have some more people, more trucks on the road. It's like, yeah, it took you that long to figure that out. It's kind of disgusting, but in a way, as far as like, I just, you know, there's several of us, like myself, I guess, as far as got rehired on a temporary basis, I guess, as far as to try and take care of those things. We want to get hired back full time, but they're saying it's not in the budget, which we call horsebucky. So, and there's a lot of the residents are pretty upset about it too. So it's a whole thing. So we're just glad we were able to get that done. May have to go back out later this evening, I guess, as far as, you know, weather permitting, because we're supposed to get some more slippery conditions, I guess, as far as this evening. So might end up being able to go back out there. We're kind of on call. Those like myself are on call. So they have 6 regular time, full-time drivers, I guess, as far as for next to 37,000 residents. That puts it into perspective for you. Very inefficient, and they know this, and that's what a lot of us are upset about. We need to train this out. Hoping they come to their senses and be like, well, we're going to put you, you know, full-time, I guess, as far as on the payroll. It'd be nice. Western Washington, 20 to 40 degrees, night and day. Okay, so is that as a high? So it's at least you've been above freezing. We haven't seen above freezing here in a good couple weeks. Not in a good couple weeks. There's a little bit more webcam action there for you again. I appreciate that, dear Jono. So that's your high and low. So low at 20, and that's. I mean, it's winter, right? And being at the latitude that we are, I guess as far as that should be, you know, that should be acceptable. I would just like to get it closer to freezing. That would be nice. This being below freezing, I guess as far as for extended periods of time, it's rough. Even to go outside, I guess as far as just to you know, do minimal tasks, as far as it's kind of rough. Let's go ahead and put, I need a new reservoir here. Okay. And these are probably repairable. We gotta check that on the, let's pull this module out. Get all the engine based stuff done. Get that engine on the stand so we can get that refurbished. So far this car is in pretty good shape. Let's go see what we can get repaired here. Yeah, we can't expect too much, I guess, as far as during the winter to be, you know, too warm. But at least you got above freezing temperatures over there. I'd like to see some of that over here. So I know, Chemical, you were dealing with a lot of rain prior to, you know, being officially in the winter. And I don't know if that's a nice change of pace. Maybe that's not the right word to use, as opposed to having all the rain. There might be a different word we could probably use for that. 2 weeks of straight sunshine, I'll take it. Yeah? So I saw the one video you did with the taking care of the mole holes in the yard. And it kind of gave me an indication of what the weather's been like there with that video. That's a lot of mole holes. I mean, I've dealt with some mole holes, but that was a lot of mole holes. You got a heck of a infestation there. Hopefully got that under control. Oops, wrong one. Where you want to go? Damn it. Okay, let's go here. Part mile. There we go. Okay, so was that repairable? No. So we're going to have to get new ones of these air filters. Okay. We need 2 of those. 2 of these bases. Yeah, got 2 of them in there. And we'll need 2 covers. And then, of course, 2 new filters. We're just going to do some engine-based stuff here. Preliminary. It's going to have to get done anyway, so may as well do it. 2 of those. Slap those in. We'll get 2 new covers for them. Clips should be refurbished. That's good. So just to confirm, yep, those were not repaired. I want to see more repairable parts too, I guess, as far as than what we have here in CMS 21. And by that, I want some consistency with stuff like this being repairable. Because there's certain air boxes that are repairable, certain ones that are not, right? And I want to see more consistency. So if one's going to be repairable, I want. Oh, we got Oz coming in there. I guess as far as
tabbed up as I walk and learn.
Appreciate that, there,
Have an
Oz.
epic time.
We always do. We always do. I've been lurking over there at Osmonarch has been having some fun over at his channel. What were they playing last there? Tell me about it. They were doing Marvel Rivals. Plays a lot of really cool community games like that. You know, kind of interactive games, I guess, as far as for the community getting involved with. So if like that type of thing, kind of similar to what we like to do over here in comparison. I guess as far as go ahead and check out Osmar next time they're live. I promise you will not, you will have fun, let's put it that way. Will not be disappointed. We want to put, I'm going to wait to put the fluid in there. Wait to put all the fluids. We'll get the new containers. We're going to pull that all apart anyway. Okay, cool. So I think, let me check my, whoops, wrong button. That we'll have to replace. That's already replaced. That's replaced. Engine we need to get on the stand. Intercoolers were repaired. Cool. I'm going to wait to put those in until after we get the engine done. We need another drive shaft. Whoops. What the heck, bro? Back over there. Hate when I won't put it on the... No, I don't want to sell it. Give me a new one. There we go. Get it on the list. So we only had one of those. We need another one. So let's do this here. Oop. Grab one more drive shaft so we'll know we're good there. Sweet. Alright, let's go get this engine on the stand. Yeah, I kind of like the silver on it. Kind of reminds me of like the silver bullet. Kind of cool. Gas, gas, gas. Is that what, yeah, I don't know what you were using, to get rid of, I guess, as far as the mole infestation in your yard, but, it was an interesting approach. Their, chemical. Very interesting. Alright, so we got the turbo engine here on the stand. Let's go ahead and pull this guy apart. We'll get this refurbished. So, one thing I've taken note of, on this one, I think at the base for this engine, we get like 300 and some odd horsepower. Oh, 910. Okay, so I think that's what we can get. Okay, so just to compare, this engine is in our Onsenegg here. I just want to compare this really quick. So this one I know at the base. This is another one. This is basically the same engine, it's just a front mount. So I just want to get a rough idea here. So this one, the base is 1300. We've obviously got more than that on that. So the Onsenegg, I think that's what you get at the base for that engine. So this is more or less the same Onsenegg. So this one, 910. Yep. So that is what you get at the base. Now, obviously, we've got more on this one, I guess, as far as with all the tuning. So yeah, I wanted to get an idea. So that's the base horsepower you can get for this default engine in that car. Interesting. So they haven't adjusted that from its default setting for that engine. I could dig it. Now, so it definitely does leave room, I guess, as far as if you did want to put performance parts to it, we can get it similar to what the Onsenegg can get, for example. This is why I want to do something more with that 57 Bel Air Restomod, to create our own config to have it a little bit more reasonable on the base power, so that we can add performance parts to it. So I think we'll get into that, I think, at some point here today. Let's get this belt off. We need that tensioner out. Yeah, this is the fun part where we get to take this engine all apart, get it all nice and fixed up, and get that base horsepower. Now, whether or not we'll put performance parts to it, that's still yet to be seen. And so far I'm thinking we'll probably keep this car. We won't sell it. That's probably another thing to consider. Yeah, okay, we got that idler. Got a few rusty parts on it, that's to be expected. That screw, let's take it off. And certain sequence here. We don't want to bend the part, want to fix it up. You know, and I think I have mentioned this before too. One thing I would like to see in 26 is getting penalized, if you will, I guess, as far as for taking a part off wrong or putting it improper torque sequence. things like that. Maybe even to have a torque sequence to the part. I think that'd be kind of neat. This game doesn't really have that. Now, they may, the developer, you know, be it Red Dot Games, probably just wants to have it more simplified, and that's fine too. I just think it'd be a pretty neat mechanic, like if you put it in hard mode, that it would do that. That's probably another thing to mention too. We are just running it in normal mode. It's something I have been considering as far as to do it in hard mode. Kind of, you know, relax the reins a little bit, I guess, as far as to really challenge yourself in hard mode. We might do that, I guess, as far as at some point with this one here, but I'm kind of geared up already, I guess, as far as for the demo for 26 to come out. I'm ready to go with it. Not too much, though, I guess, as far as, because, like I said, I want to still get our Gen 2 done. Get that, you know, official, I guess, as far as, and get it out there on the Steam Workshop before 26 officially comes out. There's still a lot of folks that still liking 21 here. Had a lot of fun with it. So I'm going to be looking in a little bit more, as we have already looked at that IROC Z that's come out here as of recent. So that's at least 2 new cars that we've seen introduced here for 21 on the Steam Workshop. So we've got this Ferrari that we're currently working on, and that IROC Z. That's pretty good. Now, I'm not as familiar with some of these folks that are creating these mods, but it's based on what I can see and their build quality for the bodies of these cars. I guess as far as they're pretty solid. It gives me a lot more inspiration, I guess, as far as to fine-tune what we're trying to do with our Gen 2. Yeah. Okay, let's get this head off. 2 rusty bolts. That's to be expected. There has hardly ever been an engine that I've worked on, you know, so even when cars get stored, you know, like for the winter and things like that, you're still going to get parts that are going to get surface rust. It's almost impossible to keep a, you know, parts that are bare metal, you know, next to bare metal and not painted. Well, even when they are painted, but especially if they're next to bare metal and you store it in a proper climate, you know, even for the winter or what have you, you're still going to get surface rust. Rust is always going to be the #1 enemy when it comes to bare metal parts. So especially like exhaust manifolds, engine blocks themselves that are not painted, and just like the bare metal, you're going to get that surface rust. It's just, how do you deal with that? So the fact that we get that little bit of surface rust on these parts here that we're working on, it's not uncommon. This comes with the nature of having bare metal parts for different parts of the car. Yep. So the fact that really all I'm seeing on this one here is just rusty bolts. Just rusty bolts. So the parts themselves that are not rusty, which is really shows, I guess, as far as how pretty clean this car was. Whoops! Hey now, don't be yelling at me. So, amongst the other things I would like to see, and this is all wishful thinking, for 26 is maybe to have ring compressor, I guess, as far as for the piston rings onto the pistons themselves. So, for those of you that don't know, I guess, as far as maybe you do, this whole thing here, as far as the piston, the conrod is the lower half of the piston. So the piston's actually the top part. So you have to put those together. So you have the connecting rod and the piston, and then the rings that go on the piston. Now, whether or not they would introduce, I guess, as far as putting the piston together and have a tool, I guess, as far as to compress the rings to be able to put the rings onto the piston, that's still yet to be seen. I would like to see that, though. I think that would be kind of neat. That is a part of the process of putting those types of parts into an engine. It just depends on how much detail that they'll go into. If they don't, I won't be too disappointed, but it would be a nice thing to see. Just to kind of give you anybody that plays this and wants to get the bare essentials, I guess, as far as for what goes on with a engine build, which is the heart of most car builds in total, I think that'd be kind of cool. Okay, I saw that red there, and I thought maybe that was a red part. I was fooled there. So a lot of these parts are yellow, which goes to show you just how good a shape this engine was in. Pretty cool. Yeah, we're gonna get her all 100%. Get that all that base horsepower. Get all the parts we can fix. Try not to break it. Oh, we gotta try that again. So they changed the pattern on these, so I hope they maybe refine this a little bit to where, I know it has been mentioned before, to be able to get a better success rate, I guess, as far as, you know, in the works, in the toolbox. So like only one hit instead of 2 or 3, I guess, as far as to get it all 100%. Maybe that's an option. We have had some folks would wish that would be the case, as far as to have a better success rate, I guess, as far as, so less hits, less clicks, I guess, as far as any one particular part to get it to 100%. That would be a nice one. Just you know, slight little modifications like that, I guess, as far as would be a nice change of base for CMS 26. Won't be disappointed in that either if it doesn't, but it would be a nice change of base. Farmer guy coming in there. Farmer guy coming in, rolling on the bed. We caught Farmer guy doing some out of order, I guess, as far as last night. Yeah, so don't mind Farmer guy. He has to stumble over everything, I guess, as far as, you know. Don't mind Farmer guy there, folks. He's just trying to wake up.
Hit the pace car! What for?
Yeah, what is that going to accomplish? Hope you didn't hurt yourself there, Farmer guy, when you come stumbling in there. Hope you're alright. Oh, we're gonna put this, hopefully you get this engine back into the car, I guess, as far as it'll fit this like a glove for sure. Indeed. So how close are we on the channel stream streak? Might have to wait for that. I know you were close to 100. Farmer guy's looking to, so you're at 99. Yeah, so we got one more. So probably by tomorrow when we're doing our trucking, I guess, as far as Farmer guy will have it. There's that shout out there for Farmer guy. He's finally chiming in. So he must have played Satisfactory all the way through, or take that back. He must have switched over, because before I had to get to bed early, I guess, as far as yesterday, had an early morning. You were doing some out of ore. Got a lot of oops, I left that filter on again. I always do that. All right, let's put our engine block back on here. That's all refurbished. We're gonna get some new pistons and rings. Get some new pistons and rings. So we need 8 of those, of course. Don't forget those rings. Got to put a ring on it. In this case, put rings on them. Several rings. There we go. It's been a little bit since we've built this engine, as far as the turbo V8. It's been a little bit since we've had to do that. So, nice change of pace. Uh-oh. Wrong ring. There we go. We're going to put the right ring on there. We don't want to put the bad one back in there. So we got our heads we can put on. These are some massive heads. Massive. Try to do somewhat of a proper torque sequence on that. You did 8 hours on Autovore and then Satisfactory. Oh, wow. I didn't realize you had a set time for that. We tend to do, so for our trucking that we'll be doing tomorrow, try to split it in half, do a couple hours with American trucking and then a little bit in Europe. Yep. So we'll probably be doing that. In fact, you can count on it. What I would like to get into, I've seen what Farmer Guys have been doing, as far as with the own trailers, in both ATS and ETS2. I might entertain, I guess, as far as doing some more loads with owned trailers instead of so yeah, you kind of gave me that idea, I guess, as far as for doing that instead of just the ones that populate in there by default. I mean, some of those that populate by default are still pretty cool, but the one thing I guess that kind of turns me off to doing the own trailers in trucking, as far as like where the trailer's parked and where you can get the load and how much travel time, I guess, as far as to get to that. I guess that's been my only dislike, I guess, as far as for doing own trailers. You know, I don't necessarily like the quick travel all the time to get to the trailer, I guess, as far as to be able to get the load. But and then I know there's only certain types of loads that are available based on the own trailer that you have. So like if you've got a certain type of trailer, if that city or state that you're in doesn't offer those types of load that to use that trailer, like I don't think you can go wrong with a flatbed. There's loads in every state, I guess, as far as they have flatbed loads, but other specialties like I'm trying to think offhand. What was one of those that you did? You did get that one flatbed that did like the blades, I guess, as far as for the wind turbines. You know, the wind. And I can't even think of the words. You know, but the windmills, I guess, as far as the big blades for that. So those types of trailers, I would imagine those would only be available in certain states. We got to get a new water pump pulley. Get all the new pulleys. Pulleys and idlers. Yeah, this one's got a lot of idlers on it. Really didn't want to go to work today, but we must proceed. Oh no! So you had your fun, I guess, as far as in the gameplay yesterday. So work calls. Yeah, work called me, I guess, as far as we had an early day this morning. We got kind of recalled back, I guess, as far as to do the road work, I guess, as far as for this time of year. And it is on a temporary interim basis for now. We're hoping, though, city management will change their mind and hire us back full-time for the season. That's definitely, we're hopeful. Whether that'll happen, that's still yet to be seen. But we know I might have to go back out this evening because we do have some crazy weather coming in, I guess, as far as for the evening, as far as the winter. So probably not a lot. We haven't gotten a lot of snow. It's been just cold as heck. Cold as all heck. Been below freezing for the last couple of weeks now. So it's definitely been pretty crazy in that department. Blame it on Oss Day and take a sickie. What is Oss Day? So is that just are we just genericizing, I guess, as far as just take a sick day? Farmer guy is a workaholic. I'm sure he's probably been told that before. He enjoys his work. He doesn't like to have to do it because it takes him away from doing the streaming, but he does like his work. He does enjoy it. Maybe more so, I guess, as far as for the big fat paycheck, but also just enjoys doing that type of work. So that's always first and foremost. When you like what you do, you don't feel like you're working at all. Just makes it that much more enjoyable. So it is Australia Day. But what is with Australia Day? I didn't realize there was Australia Day. So is that like the founding of it? I know the U.S. here is having its birthday this year, I guess, as far as for 250 years. So if that's similar to Australian Day. Jono trying to get that snowball fight going again. I'll get on that action. Feel free to get on that snowball action there, folks. Get him. Get him while they're hot. Yeah, I'm sorry I missed the Satisfactory playthrough. I know Fireman Guy likes to do the what's called Satisfactory Plus. So it's a little bit redesigned, I guess, as far as from the default game design. And you know, for me, I'm just now starting to get used to, I guess, as far as the recipes that are available by default. I don't think I'm ready yet, I guess, as far as to tinker with what Satisfactory Plus has, but I've kind of enjoyed, I guess, as far as Fireman Guy showing off what Satisfactory Plus has to offer. We need a new filter there. So I kind of did this a little bit out of order. I just realized that I didn't do the bottom end first. The game doesn't fault you for that. And I kind of meant to do the bottom end first, get that all buttoned up before you put all the top end stuff. That's okay though. That is another thing I would like to see in 26 though. There's going to be a proper order of the way parts are put on, so that it doesn't. Yeah, that's the way you would do it in reality. You wouldn't necessarily do all these parts here first without buttoning up your bottom end and getting all that secured. You know, as far as your piston rods, I guess, as far as to the crank and all that done first before you do all that. Again, if that's, you know, the direction that they want to go with it, that's their business. But I would like to see that as an option, even if it is in a different mode. Maybe the normal mode or the easy mode is you know, pretty simplified, but the hard mode, you know, the more I talk about it now, I guess, as far as it almost seems like I should try hard mode. I guess I've just taken normal mode because that's what most folks that come in here and share their experiences with it are on that same mode. Most of them. I'm not going to say everybody, but most of them are. I think that's the only reason why I've done normal mode. It's just a lot more simplified and what most everybody else is playing. But I think as you do get better at knowing how engine builds go and such like that, you should probably challenge yourself, I guess, as far as with going into hard mode. More important, it's your birthday today on Australia Day. Nice. So what, you doing anything special for the birthday? I don't do anything for my birthdays anymore. It's just like, it's just another year, another trip around the sun. That's the way I look at it. I don't make too much of a big deal out of it, I guess. But I know it can be exciting for some people. All right, we need to get some new sparkulators. So yeah, we doing anything special, I guess, as far as for that third Jackdaw? And I guess I learned something today too, I guess, as far as the fact that it is Australia Day. So I don't know if that's the same as Founding Day, like we have here. That could very well be. I'm not familiar with it, if that's the case. I might have to get a little bit of education on that. This is not one of my more favorite engines to work on. Wait a minute, was that a, hold on a minute. Is that a yellow one? Oh, it's green, okay, cool. Alright, we're good. Just want to make sure I didn't put old parts in there. Okay, now we need some ignition coils. Already in the proper store. I don't know, maybe I should do more on my birthday, I don't know. They kind of lost their luster, I think, after a certain age. So on this very day, I just know it's Aus Day. So what? How did you become? I didn't even know Australian Day even existed. How did you become aware that it is Australian Day? It kind of makes me wonder, I guess, as far as why Fireman Guy didn't take it off for that. Like I said, Fireman Guy is a workaholic. He does like his job. So it's all right. I think we got this all built. Percolators are in. Top end's done. Bottom end's done. Front end's done. Cool. Alright, we're going to work a little bit more on this rear end and get that engine put in there. So we got some suspension here and all that to work on. So something I noticed here, they actually did put their own subframe into this. That's part of the body, which is pretty cool. Like how they did that. All of this here, this framer, it's very simple, but they do have it in here, which I think is nice. We don't see a lot of cars, mod cars or default cars that have a subframe built into the body like this. I like that. Like they actually took that into consideration. Pretty neat. Now let's get this suspension squared away. So what I've considered with framework for like our drag Gen 2, I guess as far as the, when you take the front end off on it, I want to incorporate. We've seen a couple different mod cars that have a roll cage in it, right? So when we put the roll cage in this, I want to actually make it to where it's legit, where the roll cage on the inside of the car will actually transition into the engine bay. So when you take the front end off, that roll cage will actually be a part of that front end. So that's something that we're trying to incorporate into that. That way we'll actually have a frame of sorts, I guess, as far as when you take the front end off on it. A lot of things we're considering in that regard, as far as the design of our Gen 2. Farmer's now on the 27th. So, Farmer Guy, I guess, as far as didn't mention that it was Australian Day on the stream yesterday, so I don't know if he just doesn't observe it or what the deal is. I heard no mention of it when I was there yesterday on the stream. That didn't necessarily mean that it wasn't still happening. Just wasn't necessarily observing it at all. I don't know if that's a personal thing, I guess, as far as Farmer Guy. I don't know. I just know it wasn't mentioned on stream yesterday. That's about all. Yeah, the fact that Farmer Guy is in the future. Farmer Guy is already on his Tuesday down his neck of the woods. We're only on our Monday over here. Still waiting for Farmer Guy to give me the winning lottery numbers. If I can hit it big over here, that'd be nice. So, do we have any rotors? Got both rotors recommissioned. Let's get some new brake pads. All that good stuff. So we need brake pads. This is just for the rear. I need wheel bearings. Don't need caps because we got the drive axles going through those. So we did have the, was it double wishbone on that? Pretty sure. So we need 8 rubber bushings for the rear end. We'll get 8 of these. Alright, so that's one rotor. Next rotor. And then we need to take apart these fellows. I want to rebuild these and make a couple more new ones. Okay, let's see what we got here. We want to go to suspension. We need 2 of these. Oh, that's the rear. Oh, we are in the rear. Never mind. We're good. I had the front on the brain. So then that cap. Cool. Let's get these rebuilt. So we need 2 of these. 2 rear springs and 2 caps. There we go. Let's get those put back together. He's cleaning up pretty nice there. Let's see. Yes. Lost my train of thought there for a second. Okay, that one's done. Now we should have all of our rotors done. I think we got the majority to put this rear end back together. Let's get this rear end put back together. So we got our knuckles. Both sides. So we were missing one control arm. I was trying to remember which one. That one's good to go. Now, just out of curiosity, do they have this set up to where that control arm bolts into... Oh, they got that. Wait a minute. Can I bolt that in there? Oh, what the heck? I guess I didn't bolt it in all the way. My bad. Wanted to see... They turned the flashlight off. Oh, I thought I got it bolted in there. My bad. Wanted to see if that was actually bolting at to that frame. Forgot that one. That's what I forgot. So does it actually bolt that? Oh, that's pretty cool. So it does. That's slick. I like that. So it probably would have made more sense. And again, it probably comes down to just the way the default parts work here. If this part where the rubber bushing is would have actually gone through the frame, but the fact that it is on at least one side of the frame there, that's pretty neat. It probably would have made more sense if it actually went on this side of the frame, because that way you would get that action of the control arm working. But I give them credit, I guess, as far as for at least trying to get that lined up, I guess, as far as with the suspension part. That's hard to do. I've had a lot of struggles with that myself. That's pretty solid. I don't know what they've got these pieces in here for. That might be where they originally would have designed, I guess, as far as to put that control arm. Maybe. Not 100% sure. But yeah, I give them credit for just beginning it that close. That kind of stuff is hard. I know I've had a lot of struggles with that. So yeah, I mean that's a solid effort right there. So let's get back and plate. You asked what you're doing for your birthday, and the answer is rum. Hence more bad spelling than usual. Well, at least you're doing something. That's something. Okay, so we got new pads, calipers. Okay, we didn't have a caliper on this one. Okay, so we did have some tires missing. So I guess we got parts here missing too. So we're gonna need caliper and a cylinder for this side. So let's get a brake cylinder. That's a combo deal, I guess, as far as with the caliper. Can't have one without the other. Like the pistons and the rings. So we already got wheel bearings. Okay, so that's gonna have the drive axle on. So we already got our shock assemblies. Cool. Nice. Okay, let's get this side. Control arm. So that's the one that was missing. I knew one of them was missing. Get one of those. We already got the rubber bushing, so we're good there. Okay, so we got that. Sweet, and then we got this already done here. Nice. Okay, we got our back and plate. Hub. Bearing. Where's that bearing at? Right there. Rotors already machined. Pads, those are brand new. So this caliper I think was missing too. Yep. Both these calipers are missing on the rear end. So let's get a new caliper for that. And also brake cylinder. Go along with it. There we go. We got a raffle going on. Get on that raffle while it's hot. Okay, we're gonna wait on the exhaust. I think we got enough done here to get this engine back in here. Cool. Let's get her back down and get the engine plopped in there. Let's see how we did here. Let's get that back in there. Whoop. Install 100% green build. We got it all refurbished. Marvelous. Alright, she's in there. Let's go ahead and button up the bottom end. Oh, we got Copa sneaking in there too. I see you, Copa. We can build those those fluids back up. So we need... Wait a minute, what did we miss there? Oh, I forgot to put the bearing on there, my bad. Let's get a new bearing for that. No problem, I got it. New bearing, and there's our gearbox. That's all refurbished. Awesome. Okay, so we did get a new axle. Got all of our axles squared away. Marvelous. Okay, so let's get some new exhausts. Yep, we don't want to use these. These are old. New exhausts. For our turbo. 2 different pipes there. Got a little bit of different curvature, I guess, in each one there. Okay. And then we got this dude, we gotta get that from the top side. We've used that that same type of exhaust, I guess, as far as in our own builds. Ooh, chemical even getting in there. Copa gets it though, Copa gets it. Chemical tried to squeeze it in there at the last second. Okay, let's get this dude, 2 of those, yep. We ended up getting this DLC just so we could have that available to us. I forget which car it was. I think it was our C8. We put that in there based on, so it was available to us in the editor, but because we didn't have the DLC, we weren't able to buy it. So if it was missing off the car, we had to have that DLC in order to be able to acquire it. So that's one of our first DLCs I think we got way back when. And we're glad for that. So now we need to do some tires. And we've got, let's get this on the list. Get the rim on the list. Rim 63. 33, my bad. And I'll probably want to get those painted too so that they match this one. I'm going to pull this one apart so we can get that color. They are staggered from front to back, so they're a little bit narrower in the front than they are the rear. I'll pull that guy apart. We can get a feel for what we need there. Let's take them apart. Alright, fix this rim up. What's going on there, Truck Games? Welcome in. Just working on our Ferrari 288 GTO. Sweet. Alright, there we go. Now, let's go back to here. Where's that rim at? Got that all fixed up. I need to get this color. What I'm going to do, let's go over here. Get that in our swath so we can paint our other rims. Same color. Paint part, we should have that rim in here. Where'd that rim at? There it is. We want to paint it this same color, metallic. Alright. There it is. It's like, why didn't it change? That's what we wanted to see. Paint it. It puts that color in our swath so we can paint our other rims the same color. Nice. Okay, so we should have this on our list. Yep. We need to go to the rim shop. Get those rims. Now, I'm just going to get the rear tire for now. Yep, this will be the rear tire, 16-inch. So we need this one of them for now, 16-inch. And we'll get that painted now. We got that color on our swath. We should have an unpainted rim. Here it is. Let's get that one painted. Ta-da! Nice and color matched. Beautiful. Alright, let's get them, get some new tires. We can go to the tire shop. Put some new rubber on these. So we got one refurbished rim and one brand new rim. So we should still have that on our list. Tires. So we need 2 of them. 265, 45, 16. So 2 of them. At 265 wide, and we need them 16 inch. 265 wide. 45 on the sidewall. There we go. That's our rear tires. Get those back onto the rims. You're off to work. See you later. Yeah, definitely don't work too hard there, farmer guy. I'd ask you, I guess, as far as what jobs you got lined up there, but sure, gotta get yourself going. But if you care to share, I guess, as far as what you're working on today, I guess, as far as feel free. Farmer guy does some interesting work there. He likes, so he's got does a little bit of everything. I mean, he puts furniture together. Also does like gazebos and sheds and all kinds of cool stuff. All right, let's get these back on the rear end. Oh, that looks so much better. Now, the 116-inch rim that I fixed that was from the front, we actually put that on the rear tire, which is fine. That's fine. Cool deal. Alright, so looks better in the rear end. That's what she said. Kind of reminds me of like a DeLorean, I guess, as far as where you got the stainless steel finish. Kind of what it reminds me of. Alright, let's work on our front end now. Get that all squared away. So what I didn't do... Did I put the starter in this thing? I don't think I did. Nope, sure didn't. I forgot the starter. Let's not get into that habit again. Put that starter back in there. Cool deal. Alright, let's get our front end taken apart. See what we got missing here. So we're missing a lower control arm, it looks like, on the front end here. Okay, tie rod stuff. Starts commercial driving school today. Night class. Oh, you're talking about Dark, right? I know Dark Legacy, right? I do remember they were going to be starting so they're night classes? That's interesting. I didn't know they offered that at night. Interesting. Yeah, most of the classes, courses we have available here, they're during the day. I'm not going to say they don't have night available. So from 3... Oh, so it starts... I'm trying to do the math there. That's 7 hours of class time? Is that right? 15... No. 3... Yeah, I'm trying to do the math on that. That's... 7 hours? Is that right? That's a long class. So, I think you did say, though, that's only a 1 month course. But I think our courses here, they go for 4 hours, and it's a 2 month course. So, I guess I see how that's working. Is that 9? I was trying to do the math on that. So, 13... Holy crap. Yeah, the fact that it's only a 1 month course, I guess that kind of makes sense. So, they squeeze a pretty long day in there. Yeah, see, ours are like... Our courses here that we have for CDL is, they're 4-hour classes, and I don't even think it's every day. It's just Monday through Friday, but it's 2 months. 2 month length. I imagine they go through the pretty much the same thing in that state as they do here. Maybe a little bit more. You might have some different regulations over there, I'd imagine. A lot of it's probably similar. Okay, so let's get these parts. So I'm gonna take. I gotta get that from the top, and that's what I thought. Alright, let's get what we can fixed up here. So we got a couple of rotors. Get them done. It is not. I was trying to do the math. You know, I've only had a little bit of sleep. I've been up since 4:30 this morning, so give me a little bit of credit. Should have said 2,400 hours. No, I knew it was midnight. I didn't understand that, but yeah, if it was 2,400, then yeah, it would have been easy to do the math. But I got what you mean. I got what you meant. I knew it was midnight. I was just trying to figure out the math. Brain's not working entirely today, I guess, as far as having an early morning. It is easier on the math for sure. So it's both acceptable to do 0-100 hours or just 2,400 hours, which is midnight. You know, and I was on a couple different duty stations that would go 2,400 hours as opposed to just 0-100 hours. So I'm kind of used to it. This took me a minute, I guess, as far as to figure out the math. But yeah, I remember Dark Legacy mentioning that it is a 1-month course as opposed to 2 months like it is here. So the fact that it's twice as long for each class period, I guess, as far as that makes sense. Makes sense. That just seems like a long day. But I guess that would be the nature of it too, I guess, as far as when you're on the road. You know, because in most cases you'd be driving for that long. So it kind of tests your endurance in that regard. Okay, so we've gotta get our other rotor done. Get the other rotor done. Let's get some new brake pads. Let's go to here. Brake pads. 2 new ones. Oh yeah, we need some wheel bearings. 2 new ones of those, so we'll need some caps for the front end. We need tie rod stuff. All the tie rod stuff. Alright, and that's our other rotor. So we're gonna need... Do we have a double wishbone? Yeah, it's a double wishbone. So we'll need no subframe. Was there a subframe? Hold on. Was there a subframe? Pretty sure there was a subframe. So if there's a subframe, we need 12 rubber bushings. Yep, there was a subframe. So we need 12 rubber bushings. Force a habit. Okay, so rubber bushings. 12 of those to go along with the double wishbone. Okay, I think we got a majority of what we need to get this front end back together. 160 hours of training for Class A. Yeah, that sounds about right. I think it's 160 or 180, something like that over here. So yeah, that sounds about pretty similar. Sounds about right. 40 hours a week in a classroom, 1 month. Right. I remember Dark Legacy had explained that earlier. Kind of interesting that it does it. They do it a little bit different over there, I guess, as far as the length of time. So you're still getting the same amount of hours, I guess, as far as interest in less time. We gotta take those apart. Okay, we'll get that done. We need a sway bar. Get a new one of those since that's not repairable. Okay, that's our top control arm. Sweet. So yeah, we got to do these shock assemblies. Oh, what are you doing, bro? What that was all about. Alright. Those have been remachined. Pads are brand new. Wheel bearings are brand new. Pack that full of grease. Cap it off. Calipers. Okay, that should be pretty good on this side. Other than shock assembly. Gotta take those apart. We'll get all of our tie rods in there. Oh, excuse me, that one slipped a little bit. We got Evan the Bandeater coming in, sneaking up the joint. How's Evan the Bandeater doing today? First day of the rest of his life, as long as you see. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been entertaining the idea, I guess, as far as to take that course. Just don't have the funds to do it. That's the thing. You know, next to 10 grand, I guess, as far as to take that 2-month course. You know, I get told all the time, I guess, as far as, well, you'll probably pay it off within the first year once you get your CDL, because you're going to have all kinds of jobs. I don't deny that. I don't deny that at all. It's just coming up with that money initially. Just don't have it. I don't even have any credit. That's the other thing, too. My credit sucks. I kind of blame that on myself, I suppose, too. But I also blame it a little bit on scammers. Kind of reckon that for me, too. So, I don't take entirely the blame, but I do blame myself somewhat. I guess as far as for having that. So we're missing this dude. Yeah. All the scams, I guess, as far as with the credit card stuff and so on. And then people get your credit card information in this day and age, I guess, as far as and have a heyday with it. That's what I blame my horrible credit score, I guess, as far as on. I think I only bought one of those. So as far as to get a loan to deal with that kind of stuff, yeah, it makes it a little bit tougher. Definitely makes it a little bit tougher. So yeah, we don't want that dude. We want to get a new one. But what the heck? Didn't put it on the list. There you go. Get this front end squared away. So, do we have? Gotta check our suspension parts here to see if we got these two. Yep, we got at least the one there. We'll get these all brand new. Get these rebuilt. So suspension. So we gotta get front springs. So this one's for rear. This is for front. And then where's our cap at? There's our cap. Good deal. Get this all put back together. So we need 2 of these. 2 of those. And 2 of these. Let's get those back together. You had a co-sign on a loan for school? I don't know anybody that has good credit enough, I guess, as far as to even be able to do that. Divorce wrecked your credit back in the day? Yeah, it's rough having a bad credit. Definitely does. You have a lot of badges in here? Yeah, you do. So you got the VIP. You did redeem that, I guess, as far as you got the sub badge and your Twitch, your Prime badge, yeah. Now, if you didn't use the, I don't know how that works, I guess, as far as I don't have the Prime, but if you didn't have the Prime badge, you can have another badge on top of that, I guess, as far as, yeah, that's a lot of badges. Alright, so we did get those put together. Let's put these in here. Yep, put those 2 built. Nice. Okay, so there's that. Now we can deal with tires on the front end. Now we did put the one rim in here that was in the front onto the back, I guess, as far as, so that's, got to get 2 new tires and rims, I guess, as far as here for the front. So let's get these on the list. Alright. We'll go to the rim shop here first. Let's get 2 new rims at 16 inches. Yep. 2 of these at 16 inch. Cool. We'll get those painted so they'll match the rear. And then let's also go to the tire shop and get 2 of these. So we're going to go 2 at 16 inches. 225 on width. A little bit less wide, I guess, as far as on the front ones. Same profile though. Boom. Alright, let's go get our rims painted. We got that paint already in our swath to get those color match to the rear. So where are those rims at? Rims are, wait, what's green here? That's that fuel pump. So we got to get that put back on there. We took that out earlier, I guess, as far as to confirm condition of the fuel tank. Alright, so let's get this guy painted. Color, nice. Beautiful. Alright, so there's that one. Next. There's our other rim. Pretty plain this way. I don't want it that. I want a nice and shiny gold. Cool. There you have it. So far, the only rim that I think we've had a problem with being able to paint are the Pagani rims. Yeah, those are pretty unique, I guess, as far as in themselves, because they are. That's the only ones I can remember we've had a problem with being able to paint. So we should be able to put these tires together. There we go. Come together right now. Yeah, this one cleaned up pretty nice. Okay, so let's get this one on here. All that's doing that. We'll balance this guy. Must have the balance. Cool deal. Alright, let's get this over there. Oh yeah. So we should be pretty good to go after we get this all done on parts. Let's see how we're doing here. 95%. So what did we miss? So we still got some parts to do in the engine bay. So the intercoolers, stuff like that. Let's get that taken care of. Let's see what we got here. So intercoolers. Oh, we got to get that from the... Yeah, so that's another one of those parts just like the fuel tank, like we showed earlier. Just the way that part's designed's got to get one of the cars up on the lift. Even though it's right there. It's not a fault with the car, it's just the way that's designed. Okay, where's it at? Where are you at? There they are. So typically these would go like closer to the ground of the car, I guess, as far as like under the front end, stuff like that. So the fact that these are here, still gotta get it up from the lift. There we go. So while we got the car up here, we're gonna take this fuel tank out. Have to replace that because that is not repairable, as we know. So let's get that on the list. Go back to this door. Fuel tank, yes. Slap that back in. And we'll have to get the fuel pump from the top side. We're getting there. Oh no! Culpa! You know what? We're gonna have, let's have another quick raffle here really quick here. Let's do this. Get on this one quick, I guess, as far as, because it's a big one and it's a fast one. See if you can recover some of that. Alright, so let's get that pump in there. We already got that fixed up. And we need to get the radiator. Let's get this one drained. Wait a minute. I am in the engine bay. What are you talking about? Get this battery out. We'll get that charged. Get this drained. Get a new reservoir in there. Press your luck on that raffle, yes. Jack Dog got that one. Nice. I'll let Copa get that raffle. It looks like Jack Dog got it. GG's there, Jack Dog. Alright, let's get this one drained. I like how, for anybody that hasn't checked out Chemicals, in fact, we'll get a shout out there, I guess, as far as for Chemical. He's got the little trivia that the bot will put out there. So, like, if you know the answer, it'll give you fluids in there. It's just kind of cool, cool way with that. So let me give. I know you don't necessarily stream every day, but when you do get the chance to, let's do this here for Chemical. For those of you that are not following Chemical Shoulder. Give him a follow, I guess, as far as next time goes live. Alright, let's get this unmounted. Get that fixed up. Get the ECU. Get the fuse panel out of here. Get this all 100%. You need to fix, that's the bot's answer script file. What do you need to fix on it? I haven't had any. So there are some of them that I feel like it doesn't register, I guess, as far as, well, I guess you got the, that's a pretty new cool feature that you got over there. So it'll ask you questions like, you know, history questions, geographical questions, and if you get the right answer, it'll give you chat currency, virtual currency. It's kind of neat. Yes, indeed, there, Jack Doe. So, let's see. Yeah, so Chemical, I guess, as far as just to kind of a little bit of a heads up too, I guess, as far as does tend to stream in the later hours as of late, because he is you are going to school, and I forgot what you mentioned, I guess, as far as what you're going to school for, and you don't have to share that if you don't wish to, I guess, as far as, but I know you do have you're on an endeavor, I guess, as far as taking some classes. Okay, I don't know why it keeps doing that with the engine-based stuff. Okay, hold on a minute. There we go. Seriously? Bro. I don't know why it's doing that. It's not a problem with the car, it's just a issue with... Okay, let's do it this way. Might have to have it all the way on the ground. Let's put this battery back in. Okay, let's get a new reservoir. That's our bug juice container. Alright. Nice. That's already taken care of. I gotta get the radiator out of there too. Fuse box. We got some new fuses and relays. These will all affect horsepower if you don't change them out. Let's go to electronic shop for those. So we need 3 big boys. 2 of those. 1 of those. 1 of these, and 1 of those. That's the little boy, and 1 of those. Medium boy. You do stream later. I could stream any time of the day. I normally do my homework in the morning over my coffee. Then it's done for the day, and I do not have to worry about it. Right. So I guess what the point I was trying to make there, just because you have the time to do it doesn't necessarily mean you do. You want to have time for yourself. You got to have me time. This is what I consider to be my me time. You know, just to be able to play the different games. Be a little bit of variety. Because I like to get my mind off of, you know, doing actual work. You know, it's one of those things, like I mentioned, I guess, as far as when you like what you're doing, you don't feel like you're working. You know, a day in your life. So doing this type of thing, it definitely makes me feel like I'm not working, just having fun. I just kind of emanate that, I guess, as far as those that do chime in here. So I just noticed these little markers, the light markers here on it. That's pretty neat. Nothing on the rear, but it's little side markers, I guess, as far as on there, little dots. But nothing on the rear. Interesting. I don't know if that's the way those Ferraris are done that way. I'm not sure, but I do learn some things, I guess, as far as with the way some of these cars are designed like that. Okay, so we gotta get the radiator out. So the coolant still out of there, so we don't get the mess on the floor. Cool. Let's get that all fixed up too. So far I'm kind of liking the way this one's designed. It's got a lot of thought put into it. As far as the overall details. Okay, let's get that radiator stuff put back in there. Kind of why I've been playing random games in my library. More out of the bedroom than anything. Or more out of boredom. I take that back. I read that wrong. Boredom. Yeah, see, for me, it's just... I don't know. Like this game, for example, I guess as far as... It's kind of a too layered for me. So not only do you have a lot of cars to work on, and by default, other mod cars that are available on Steam Workshop, it's given me inspiration to create our own, on my own, I guess, as far as like with this one. This is the only one that I've really gotten this far, you know, as far as to complete. Next to having the test car that I only did, I guess, as far as a proof of concept of how that whole process works. Whether or not I'll do anything more with that test car, that's still yet to be seen too. My focus has been on this car to get this more correct. I know it's not perfect at all. There's a lot more I want to do to it to make it better, especially on the drag version. We've seen a lot of these mod cars that we've worked on, and we get the inspiration, I guess, as far as for how to do these a little bit better. Ah, dang it. Stupid engine-based stuff. Really, dude? Come on. I am in the engine bay. Okay, we might have to go through this way. This is technically the engine bay. There we go. Let's do it from that way. Get all that radiator put back together. Cool. So, we need an ECU. Did I get that already on the list? I think I did. Yep. So, we just need to go to the electronics store to get one of those. Let's get a standard one. Not trying to put performance parts on this one just yet. But we might. We'll see how when we get. But we should be able to get the 910 horsepower. Yeah, as far as by the base. And this is the only engine that you can put into this one. Well, there's swaps. I think it kind of fits this car. Alright, so how are we doing status-wise? We're 100% all the way around. Beautiful. Alright, let's get this on the ground. You cleaned up pretty good. So, hold on a minute. Here's one thing I'm noticing. So, is my eyes just deceiving me? So I think they don't have it double-sided on these fender walls there, so you can see right through the tire there. And I've had the same problem, so that might be something. Hopefully they will. So when you look through this, and you can see transparent on that panel, I guess, as far as on the inside of the hood, you can see right through to the other side. That just comes down to double siding the underbody, I guess, as far as so that doesn't happen. Like I said, I've had that same issue as far as getting double sided, so you don't have that issue going on there. That's why I'm redoing, for example, the trunk under Gen 2. Hopefully, maybe that does get addressed there, because I think that would. You can definitely see right through it, but you can see it better this way, especially on the front there. I guess if you stand just right like this, you can see right through. Ooh, yeah. Hopefully they fix that. So we got to get some fluids into this thing. Let's get some motor honey into the engine. Is that a 70? You know what? I don't even know what year it is. Oh, the silver Camaro? No, this is Gen 2. This is Gen 2, so this is 70. This one here? Yeah, all these are Gen 2. These are 1970. And where I got a lot of this inspiration, just to kind of reiterate, I guess, as far as this, I've had one of these. I've had an SS. So I've gotten the inspiration to do the low profile call induction. I did have a 305 V8 305 4-barrel, I guess, as far as in mine. They don't really have that that engine available in this game, and this is why I've said hopefully in 26 they will have a lot more engines available in that displacement. Because as it stands right now, a lot of these overhead valve engines, they don't have specifically a 305, so I just went with the specs that were available on the SS. By default was a 350 on this one. This is, I went by the real world stats, I guess, as far as on the SS, and then the Z28 has just a little bit more. Wait a minute, so we put, that's right, I did swap it out. So this is the standard. This one has the least amount of horsepower on the standard. So the Z28 has a little bit more than the SS. That's all going by real world spec. I forgot I swapped that out. Got our Z28 still back in our garage. So This color here is about as close as I can get to that blue sapphire metallic that was available by GM. This is what I had on mine. That's as close as I could get to it anyway. It's probably a little bit more metal flake than the one that I had, but pretty close on the color. Yeah, we got our red, white, which is silver, and our blue. I guess as far as to be kind of patriotic out here in front. 69, I cannot remember the Camaro body. So the 69, it's interesting you mentioned that. So this is when they introduced, in 70 was the first, this body style. 69 was the F body. This is the G body, or the start of the G body, I should say. The F body, I guess as far as would be the more squared look. We do have one of those in our warehouse too, or our garage. In fact, let me, I'm going to swap out this guy here for a second. I want to reminisce here a little bit. So let's put this one in parking. We'll bring it back out. And then we'll go to our parking garage. And then we got our 69. Just to kind of give you a comparison. That transition from the F body to the G body. Which is... Where's my 69s at? Right here. There's our 69 standard. Pull him out. So this is the 69 here. This was the last year for that body style. That's what they call the F body. See, and this is where I got the inspiration to do the badging like we did on our 70. They got this one here. I wasn't able to take this one directly. We had to create our own, but it's the same concept to that. What I'd also like to do on our 70 is to get displacement badges. To be able to put this like on our 69. We haven't done that yet. But yeah, that's the difference between the 69 and the 70. New body style. Huge, drastic change, I guess, as far as from that generation to the other. What were 70s? Thought those were 70. Which ones were 70s? Clean looking cars. Yeah, so we're still working on it, like I said, I guess, as far as this one here is not as nice as I'd like it to be. I did not create a body for this standard one, I guess, as far as to disclude, I guess, as far as the spoiler. But I'm trying to massage that in, I guess, as far as in, it's just as difficult as it is, you know, body work in reality, as far as to get that smoothed out right. So you can definitely see, I guess, as far as where that spoiler was, trying to make it less obvious. So I've learned the error in my ways, I guess, as far as when I designed this car, I should have taken that into consideration to make a standard. That was an afterthought. So the fact that there's not really much difference other than that lack of a spoiler on the standard than there is the SS or the Z28. So I kind of learned myself some things, but yeah, look at that drastic difference. Now I don't take any credit for this car. This was done by someone else, but it's definitely given me a lot of inspiration for how we design our own. So one of the things I do like on this one, and I want to implement that onto our 70 or Gen 2, are things like these hood hinges. So even though they don't move, they're not attached to the body, they're attached to the hood. So it gives you that sense, I guess, as far as that it's actually hinged and attached to the body. Now when you take it off there, those hinges are, you know, still attached to the hood. You could probably make it, as far as to where these hinges are separate and make it a car part. That would be a possibility. So that's some things that I've been taking into consideration. There's so many different ways you can go about it. That's what's so many different ways, and it's tough to decide, I guess, as far as which way to go on certain things like that. Did we get both intercoolers in there? No, we didn't. So let's get this other intercooler in. Oh, we're getting the fluids in there. That's right. So just a little bit of sidetrack. No, not a big deal. So what is Foster Farms? I don't know what that is. I never heard of that there, chemical. Maybe I do know and I just wasn't aware of it. Okay, let's get some cherry juice into this guy. You learned something today, thanks. Yeah. That's kind of what we do on here. I learn a lot about these non-American cars, like this Ferrari. there's folks that'll chime in, I guess, as far as, you know, that's the way that's done, or it's not that's the way it's done, or what have you. From what I can tell here, this gives me a lot of Magnum PI vibes. I don't know if that's the same type of Ferrari that's. Though I haven't necessarily investigated that further, just as far as to confirm that was the same. But it does definitely give me that Magnum PI kind of vibes on this car. It's just cool to see, I guess, as far as other people, new people. So they even like that IROC Z that we got introduced to earlier by Gulishman. That's a fairly new car. There's still cars being created for this game, even though the 26 is right around the corner for release. So it's kind of cool to see that. We get all the fluids in here yet? And we gotta get some bug juice in here, and the brake juice in the servo. Okay. Having a Bandito still stinking up the joint. A little stinky. Having the Bandito being a little stinker. So do we get off? Did we get off early today there, Evan the Bandito, or you just on break? What's going on over there? Do. Alright, so we got all that fluids in there. I think we're good on all the fluids. Let's make sure she starts. Well, Foster Farms used to have commercials way back in the day advertising their cookies to the good old times. They would have an old guy saying Foster Farms remembers. Guy looked like he beat his cringe. I gotcha. I don't know what prompted, I guess, as far as Foster Farms. It's just going back, kind of reminiscing, I guess, maybe that's what that was all about. You call it crock potting. What's crock potting? Let it linger. Oh, as far as stinking up the joint? Yeah. There's another raffle going on there, folks. Get that while it's hot. Okay, what did I miss? I could have swore I put oil in this thing. Really? I know I started putting in there. Maybe I didn't get it all the way in there. Apparently not. Alright, let's get some motor honey back in there. Yeah, we got reminiscing there, I guess, as far as a little bit, so I think got a little sidetracked. It's okay to sidetrack every once in a while. Alright, let's check her. Do it, make sure we got enough motor honey in there. That's adequate. Good. Alright, now she should start. Yeah, she cleaned up really nice. She's a runner. Hear that turbo kicking in. Get you some of that turbo. Nice. Okay, so next thing we want to do is get this over to the test bath. We can do some alignments on it. Boom, 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 boom. You got off early today. Was absolutely horrible. The high was 9 degrees, -5 wind chill. Yeah, so I had an early morning myself, 4:30 this morning. I was out there, yeah, servicing the roads, getting them cleared off there. We had a lot of blown snow and like drifts. It's horrible. So definitely I'm hopeful, I guess, as far as we'll get considered. So me and like five other guys are being hired back in temporarily, at least for now, interim, for work with the city, I guess, as far as in that regard. We're hoping to maybe, possibly, it's a long shot, I guess, as far as that will get considered. They keep telling us there's no money in the budget for it, which between ourselves and the residents call horsepucky. So got a little bit of a political thing, but just poor mismanagement, if you ask us. So part of the reason that it has prompted them, I guess, as far as to hire some of us guys back on even on a temporary basis, is because we've had a lot of fender benders. It's been very slippery out, and the number of trucks that they've had out there previously wasn't cutting it. So now we're back up to, we've had to borrow some trucks, I guess, as far as from other surrounding counties, because the city, I guess, as far as sold the trucks that we did have, which the residents us as the residents weren't even aware of. That's a whole other issue. So we had to borrow some trucks from other counties that weren't getting hit as hard, and we're back up to full snuff, at least for now. So now that we got that done, let's go ahead and get this over to the dyno and get all this base horsepower. It's a little noisy in here, so just you got the volumes turned up, your earbuds, and just watch your ears. Let's see if we can get all this base horsepower. Yay, turbos, yeah. Chemical likes the turbos. There we go, we did get all that base horsepower. Marvelous. And we are at a Class A 852 at the base there, so we're already into the Class A. And that's just the way that base engine works, because as far as, well, we checked that out with the Koenigsegg. So that's the same base horsepower for that default engine. Immediately gets you into the Class A. You have Facebook live videos. I don't even want to get into it with Facebook. Me chained up in a semi, going over, what is that? Whatever that pass is in a snowstorm. That doesn't sound good. And Chemical gets that, get those fluids from that raffle. GG's. Nice. We got a nice mix of folks winning on those. Alright, so we did get all the base horsepower out of this fella. So now that we got a dyno, we gotta go test this out at the track. We'll see how we do here. It's all lined, got all the alignments done and so on. So let's get it over to the strip and let's try her out. Let's see what she can do. Alright, so let's check it out here at the corner mile. And we get to go against a DSG drag. So this is a Steam Workshop config, I guess, as far as for this default drag DLC Chevy Nova. Highly recommended to get that one, I guess, as far as it's kind of cool because it does allow for the OHV engines instead of the Hemi into that SS, which are pretty good. Doesn't that give you that Magnum PI vibe? Just that screenshot, I guess, as far as that Ferrari. It does for me anyway. So let's see if my controller is going to work here. Sometimes it goes to sleep on me. Oh wow, I didn't even notice the headliner in this thing too. Well, we're going to try and put some stank on it. That's for sure. I didn't even notice that headliner till now, I guess, as far as it's got it's an interesting headliner on this thing. Let's see what we can do here. Oh, we need slicks on this bad boy. Definitely need slicks. Yep, definitely need slicks. We got no grip in the tires here. Let's see. Let's go backwards, maybe. Let's go in reverse. Listen to that rear gear whine. So yeah, definitely need some slicks on it. Give it a little bit more grip. There we go. So we just don't want to get DQ'd. It's funny. Yeah, we definitely need to get some slicks onto this, manage all that horsepower. Okay. Oh, we heard it. We heard it already. Jeez. So yeah, we're going to get some slicks on this thing. So just about every other car that we've worked on, it definitely does seem to require to have slicks when you got this engine in there. And I think I'm just going to put them on the rear. For starters, at least, anyway. The one thing I don't like too much with putting the slicks on the car, as we've come to find even in our Resto Bel Air, is it increases the rating on it too much. So right now we're at 652. So if we put the slicks on the back, it's probably going to get it up into the 800s, which really limits to what type of cars we can actually participate with, compete with. It's the only thing I don't like about that. So we're going to try and put the slicks on it and see what it does here. That's what I kind of expect anyway. Ricky Bobby finishes in reverse. Yeah, I just figured I was already pointed that way, so why not? Get to hear that little bit of that transmission whine on the reverse gear. So let's do it on just the rears. We'll get some slicks, since it is rear wheel drive. Now, it would have been probably better in the design of this if we actually had slicks on this to start with. Because, yeah, we've done this engine on several other cars and it has required to put slicks on it. Plenty of other examples that we have, so both on... So the Koenigsegg, our drag cargo van, just to name a couple. Our C8, I guess as far as that has a turbo, definitely requires slicks. So as a part of the config, it would have been nice to have that slicks on there by default. But just not a terrible thing. It's definitely fixable. What's going on there? OG Bone over there on the red side. How we doing? I didn't build this car, so I restored it. This is available by another creator, I guess, as far as on the Steam Workshop. We're just critiquing it, I guess, as far as... Let's go ahead and separate these out. We're going to put some slicks on these. So I'll probably just go with the black wall slicks. Yeah. Yeah, so we did build it in game, but I don't take any credit for, you know, creating that car. Outside of the game, I guess you could say. The separated, gotta keep it separated. Gotta keep them separated. Alrighty then, so we need to get some slicks. Of the same size. Let's do... Go this way, go rims. 265, 45. Alright, so let's do it this way. Let's go to the tire shop. And we're going to go with these slicks. 16-inch. I'll do it. Well, back out of that for a second. Doesn't let me change the diameter. So we need 265 wide, 45. Good chunk of change, I guess, as far as for 2 new slicks. And we'll slap those on the rims. I want the slicks. Those guys right there. So this should give us a little bit more grip in the rear. Kind of handle some of that horsepower that we're producing. Okay, and then let's get the other one. Oh, I did that wrong. I gotta take that one apart. I meant to put the slick on it. Okay, so let's do this. Let's get that one re-separated. Nice. Yeah, we gotta take this one back apart, unfortunately. Hopefully you didn't hurt yourself there, I still can't get used to that name. I can't get... I want to say Snorkel Lover. I don't know if that's supposed to be what it's supposed to be. I feel like I'm slaughtering it that way, so my apologies. Slick. Whoops. We'll get that off of there. We'll get this one balanced. Must have the balance. Not really sure why I did that, but okay. Let's get these slicks on the rear now. Now we'll have to get this re-dynoed. Get our upgraded rating. I'm thinking it's gonna be, it's gonna add a good 800. We're gonna be in the 800s by putting these slicks on here. We'll see how we did. All right, there we go. Throwing things for so snore and lax out. Yeah, for when I initially look at it, it looks like snorkel. Snorlax. So I'm sure there's probably a reason for you going with that. I don't doubt it. It's just hard for me to get used to is all. It'll take me some time. So let's go to the dyno. Get this re-dyno with the new slicks on the rear. Watch the ears. It is a Pokemon character? Oh, I see. Yep, so we're right at 800. We went from 652 to 800. Just by putting those slicks on there. It's not too bad. Not too bad. We're not too high up in the 800s, but that's probably about as high as I want to go on it. Because if we get it too high, I guess as far as then it really limits to who we can compete against at the drag strip. So this might be a comfortable place to be with that, having the slicks on the back. Let's go see how we do now. Let's check her out. Should have a little bit better grip in the rear. Gonna be all over the track. Straight line, please. Yes, absolutely. So let's check ourselves out here at the quarter mile. Oh, we get to go up another one. So it's our twin. This one has a little bit of tuning to it, though. Not as much rating. It's got race tires. We got the slicks in the back. Same engine. Wow, this might be a pretty decent matchup. Let's check it out. Got a little bit of tuning, so we got the slicks, I guess, as far as to give us our edge. Here we go. Oh, that's a lot better. So much better. This car got some giddy up. Nice. So we're in a 9.5 second car. That's a nice little high rod. So that's our drag monster. We have one of these ourselves. It's got slicks on it. A little bit of tuning. Let's see if we can beat the drag monster. This is another config that's available on the Steam Workshop. We don't take any credit for. See if we can beat this dude. She runs straight as an arrow now. Nice. So we're 9.5 seconds all day long. Relatively stock too. Just a twin turbo with the slicks on the back. That's all we got. Ooh, let's see if we can beat the Pagani Revolution. V12, slicks, and some tuning. That might be a tough one to beat. Most Paganis are tough, especially when we got a little bit of tuning. I like the gearing on this thing too. It's nice and smooth. Beat the Pagani. Hell yeah, we got a nice little high ride here. I'm digging this car. So the Carrera GT, this has the Porsche Carrera GT V10 into it. Again, not one of my own configs, I guess, as far as, but one thing I do kind of appreciate the way this particular configuration is designed. The body on it, the whole back end, you know, as far as the back seat has been removed to accommodate that engine. So the engine compartment on that has been designed, I guess, as far as to accommodate that engine. Pretty interesting. It's pretty trick in that regard. So basically like having a Porsche chassis, I guess, as far as on a VW Bug. Oh, 9.6 slipped there a little bit. So yeah, generally a 9.5 car all day long. Let's go against the McLaren. So this one is, as it's been explained to us, this is Le Mans. So I didn't know what the LM was for. So we have the GTR, we have the Le Mans, We have the long tail. There's a lot of different trims on this one here. This one is the Le Mans. See if we can beat that dude. Won't surprise me if this one does beat us. We can beat the McLaren. Wow, look at how close that was, though. That's some tight racing right there. That's what she said. We got the Subaru. This is the wide boy, so not the WRX STI. So I think this is just the standard Subaru Legacy with just the wide body kit on it. But it is an all-wheel drive. So we can beat that dude. See if we can get a WRX. Subaru don't stand a chance. Subaru don't. Yeah, it definitely didn't. Not that wide boy. I wonder if the WRX as far as can beat us though. They're not designed for being drag. Is that it? See if we can get a. There's the long tail. We already beat the Le Mans. Let's try the long tail. These are pretty interesting looking cars. They got a longer rear end, I guess, as far as body wise. In fact, let's do this really quick, just to give you a look at that. So it's got a longer tail on the back. Pretty cool looking cars. Let's get back in the cockpit here. See if we can beat it. Oh, that one got us. So we slipped there a little bit. So I think we can beat this guy. We just need a slightly better reaction time. We've been able to get a 9.5, so I think we might have something for this long tail. I'm gonna do that one more time. Yeah, so I guess what you're saying there, Chemical, is the Subarus aren't necessarily designed for the drag cars. Kind of more like rally cars. Oh man, I misshifted. Damn it. He got us. 9.7. Okay, so we're gonna officially say that the long tail can beat us. Long tail can beat us. There's the GTR. So we do have one of these. We have a standard and a GTR of our own in the garage. Let's see if we can beat the GTR. Got a nice mix of cars here, I guess, as far as in this class. That's not bad. Hear him right there. He's right there. 9.6 to it. Look at how close that one was. Holy smokes. I could hear him right there. He was right there. Right, we were side by side, all the way down. That's some good racing. So here's our Restomod. This one, yeah, is similar. So I want to do a separate config for this one here to not have quite as much horsepower on the base. So the fact that this one has 1100 horse at its base, plus the tuning, yeah, this one's gonna whip our butt. I would expect it to anyway. Let's see what we got. Rally or from road. What's road racing? Road racing? Oh, you mean road racing? So like, yeah, on road courses. Right. I think I get what you mean there, Copa. Wow. See, I would have expected a little bit better response from that dude. So, yeah, as we've come to see, this car with that engine has 1100 horsepower. I would have definitely expected that one to beat us, but I guess it didn't. So it may not be a 100% engine either. That's the other thing. What it doesn't take into consideration is the condition of the engine that's in that car. So it may not be 100%. Oh, there's a Conson egg. Nice. So this would be a supercharged as opposed to turbo. This one, just based on the numbers there, could probably beat us. See what we got. Now, like from 30 to 40 mile an hour start. Oh, roll racing? Is that what you mean? Roll race. So not road racing. So I guess I've never heard that expression before there, Copa. Yep, it did get us. So I kind of expected that. Look at how close though. Holy mackerel. Yeah, so that Conson's got a little bit of oomph to it in that supercharged engine. No tuning on it either. We already beat the Revolution. GTR, wide boy. I want to see if we can get a WRX. There's the CCX, so this is the turbo powered Conson, so we can try the turbo. Basically the same engine. A little bit of tuning and some slicks. So just by the numbers there, this one should beat us. Got that little bit of tuning on that engine. Drag race from a roll. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that. So obviously this would be considered a standing start. Yeah, that did beat us. Look how close that one was. Damn, son. So yeah, these would be considered a standing start as opposed to a rolling start as you're mentioning. There's the SDI. I want to see what this one can do. There's the WRX SDI. I don't know what is with the at-home. I didn't design this car, so I guess this might be something the creator of this one, I guess, as far as they have one of these at home. I'm not 100% sure. Let's see what the WRX can do. So if there's any truth, I guess, as far as what you're mentioning about the Subarus, these aren't designed to drag. Well, we beat that one. So it seems to be holding true. Why are we so slow there? What the heck? You know, I feel like a lot of these different cars that we go up against, the way the game kind of configures, they want it to be a tight race. The game tries to configure, I guess, as far as to have a tight race. So it tends to dummy down, I guess, as far as the capability of the car. I feel like, because we know we've been able to get a 9.5, right? So the fact that we're going against this car, we want to give it like a fair chance. I feel like that's what the game does do at times. Because he even had a better rating. I mean, he was trying to stay with us there. Valiant effort. So there's the multis. There's another trim of the Subaru Legacy. I don't know what this one's all about. So there's the multis, the wide boy, the WRX SDI, and I think there's one more. But it eludes me, I guess, as far as what that one's called. I think there's just a standard, just a standard Subaru Legacy. So no frills to it. It's just a standard Legacy. Okay. Yeah, so pretty consistent, I guess, as far as between all those different trims of Subaru. We already, so that one did beat us, right? Yeah, I think it did. So there's the WRX, we beat that. This one we haven't gone against, so this is another config that's available on the Steam Workshop. Turbo. Yep, it's got the front end turbo. We got the mid mount, I guess, as far as on that. It's got some slicks on it. Almost the same combination, only the engine's in the front as opposed to being in the rear. You can beat this dude. Give me that subby 2-second head start. 2 second. Give it a little bit of handicap there, yeah. Got him. Nice. I kind of like this car. This car is kind of nice. There are some cars that can beat us. This one I kind of felt should have been able to get. So like I said, this one has 1100 horsepower at its base. I'm going to do this one more time on this one. So I think the other one didn't have any tuning. This one's got a little bit of tuning. So the one we have that we've dynoed and took it to the strip, I guess as far as is pretty fast. Wow, I feel like we're smoking that thing. Just based on displacement, as far as this 1100 horsepower that this one has, and the tuning, I feel like that one should be beating us, but it is a supercharged engine as opposed to turbo. Alright, that one we did beat. Ooh, this one's got quite a bit more tuning. No slicks though. Alright. I'm game. Let's try it. So it's got where it might be compensating, I guess, as far as for not having the slicks, it's got extra tuning. Cool. So I guess the slicks is what really making it for this car. Only slightly less on the rating. So with that tuning, no slicks, with all race tires all the way around, we've already come to find, I guess, as far as with that much horsepower in that engine, you gotta have slicks on the back. That's probably where it kind of gained something there. So I'm happy with the result of this car. Definitely happy with it. We're gonna put this one away for now, and we're gonna see about getting into adjusting our 57 Bel Air Restomod. We're gonna do something with that dude. We get into the editor here a little bit. We're gonna need to create a backup, I guess, as far as for that Restomod, so that we can have some fun with that deal. So I want to take a look at our one we have in our garage here. Let's move this back over to lift A. This has been a fun little car to work on. Cleaned up pretty nice. Performs pretty well there at the strip. So this one has 1108 horsepower, 1120 measured, because we do have that performance gearbox into it. You can put the turbo into it, so that is an option for this one too. And whether or not we'll do that, that's still has to be determined. But I think that's just the difference, quite honestly, I guess, as far as between supercharged and turbo. Because we've seen that as well with the Pounce and Egg, I guess, as far as having the turbo versus supercharged. So yeah, this one has the turbo, which is basically the same one in that Ferrari, and this one's the supercharged. So I guess that's just the difference. I think the turbos are definitely better, you know, as far as performance on the strip, I guess, as far as in the supercharged. Anywho, so what we're going to do, we're going to create a separate config for this guy. And I want to also probably change some things like the type of trunk that's on the rear. That doesn't have the vented one, and I'll have this one. So I'm going to get the name of this one. What is the name of that guy? Just for clarity. We got some parts here we got to sell. That one is Trunk K, so I just want to take note of that one when we do our body config for that one there. Okay, Trunk K. Okay, just for reference there. So let's go ahead and put this back on. And our license plate. There we go. So that is what we're going to do here next, folks. We're going to create a backup copy of this guy. We're going to sell some of these parts in our inventory. So, yeah, I guess we'll leave the slicks on it. We'll just sell these two. That's what we initially started off with there. Found we needed the slicks. And a little better control on the strip there. And it worked out pretty good. So, we can... let's scrap that stuff. Do a little bit of scrapping. Gotta build those up and sell some stuff. So where's our orange parts? This is just the approach I like to take. If it's orange or red, we just scrap it. If it's yellow, we sell it. Just my own approach to it. Don't have to do it this way, but that's the way I like to do it. There we go. Now we can sell the rest of that. Let's get this cleared out. Making sure. Oh, whoopsie. Gotta go whoop, and that. There we go. We're all clear. Damn right, turbos are better. Not in my world. So it just depends on how you do that. I know that from what we've come to find by default, at least anyway, the turbos are better as far as performance on the drag strip. So you can definitely set the config, I guess, as far so it does perform better than a supercharged engine, but that kind of takes away, I guess, from that. So what we want to do is save up our progress, and we got to do some things to prepare ourselves to make a Restomod. So what I'll probably do is just create a Restomod 2 based on this workshop, Steam Workshop mod. Yep, we'll just server saves, go to the menu. Go this way, there we go. We're already saved, so we're good. Your world is boring then. Well, I mean, you know, to each their own. However you want, you know, this is all virtual, right? It is just a game. You can make it however you want. But I tend to like to go a lot by reality. Why I don't have to wait for power to no lag. Yeah, so you can, like I said, you can design them however you want. Let's see. So what we want to do, before we go into the editor, we need to, don't adjust your screen, we'll be right back here in a second. I need to make an adjustment here. We'll get out of this for a second. Let's get ourselves some our editor music. So what we need to do, okay. So what we need to do here, I guess, as far as to get into our Steam Workshop mods, this is all the mods that we have, I guess, as far as for our mechanic sim, I guess, as far as on Steam. So we got to find that car. That is the Chevy Bel Air. So it's going to be one of these here. This one, I think this one is the Ferrari, if I remember right. Nope, that's, in fact, that's the Restomod. That's the Mercedes. So we did get this subscribed, I guess, as far as, so we'll be able to get this one from Ghulishman. This is the one from Ghulishman that we just subscribed to earlier today. That's that 300 SL. Let's see, what's this one? So there's the Ferrari. Not that one. Here's our C10. This one is the Subaru. That's our C1. So where's that 57 Chevy at? In here somewhere. Yeah, these are Smokies. That's the Camaro 2012. There's the Midget Roadster. Okay, why do I not have... Okay, did I skip one? Oh, so you actually put in here for liveries for that Ferrari. That's cool. That's for the Ferrari. Neat. Alright, so... that's our C-Sense step side. Where the heck is this 57 Chevy? Subaru Legacy. What the world? Gotta be in here somewhere. That's 2002. Okay. That's the Midget Roadster. Where's this one? That's our Hellcat swap. Okay. That's a livery. Where the heck is the 57 Bel Air? That's weird. Yeah, this is the 300 SL. Did it as a Restomod. Yep, 300 SL. Interesting. So where did it put? I just gotta find the darn thing. Okay, that's the Daytona livery. Gotta be in here somewhere. There's the McLaren. That's the Beetle. There's the GTO. That's our Pontiac GTO. There it is, 57 by Dead Bob. There it is. So this is the one we want to play with. So what we need to find is which config that is. So that's going to be this one. We want to make a copy of this one. Now these are all in succession, so they go from no number all the way up to whatever. So we're going to make it. This is a 4. We want to copy this guy. Paste that. We're going to rename this the 4, config 4. We'll go like this, make this config 4. Now that's the first part. Now the second part, we got to have a body config to go with it. But because this one we're copying from is from going to have a coinciding body config. So if it's config 3, it's going to be body config 3. So we need this config. We're going to copy that. Paste that, and then rename this one the body config 4. This is all preliminary, I guess, as far as to make sure we don't step on any of the original files. Make our own. So we'll still have the original, but this will be in addition. Turbos and superchargers, nothing sounds better from a combustion engine. I mean, yeah, it's to each their own. I guess as far as some are privy, I guess as far as the I'd like either one. Either one of them sound great. So superchargers have a particular whine to it as in comparison to like a turbocharger, but you're gonna have your diehard, fans, I guess, as far as of one or the other. I tend to, keep it open mind, I guess, as far as on either type of config. So the other thing I want to try and do, so I took note of that trunk that's on there by default. I want to change that on this one here that we're gonna design. So instead of having the trunk K, I want to have, where is it for the trunk? That's our front end. Hood. Okay, so these are going to be in numbers. Okay, so I just remember that. So this trunk here we want to change. Now I'm not sure which one that one is for trunk K. So if I do, so what number is K in the alphabet? So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. That would be 11. So it should be in number order, I guess, as far as, so it goes by letters in the game, but in here it goes by numbers. So this would be number 11 is what we would want. I'll go with that trunk. So I think that should be the right trunk. So if it's not, we can always adjust that. So we want to have that trunk without the louvers on our own design of our Restomod. That should be the only thing we need to change there. So let's save that. Body config 4. Cool, we can close that. Now we can load this up in the editor. Go ahead and launch the game in the editor. And we'll just go right into the editor. We'll launch it right into the editor. We should be able to see this config we just created. Give it a second. there's our Bel Air. So what we want out of this Bel Air gives us our standard Bel Air. We want to have... Well, I forgot to rename this one. Shoot. Okay, so that's probably something else I still need to do. I need to make sure I'm editing the right one. So in that config that we copied, we want to put Restomod 2, just so we know that we're editing the proper one. More than likely, it's probably going to be this one right here, but I want to make absolutely sure. So I'm going to exit out of this for a second. And we're going to make that appropriate change in the config file itself, so that we know we're getting the proper one loaded. So I think I'm just going to go this way. Restomod 2. Save that one. Close that out. And now we'll come get back into the editor. Nothing worse, I guess, as far as than editing the wrong one. I've had that problem before. I don't want to deal with that again. So we're going to do it this way. So we already got the car that we want to edit already loaded up here, so that's good. Now all we need is, see, just like I said, as far as more than likely it was going to be that bottom one there, but I just want to make absolutely sure. So this one should have the proper hood on it. Let's see if we did this right. So, oh, it was still loading in. That is the trunk we want. Cool, so we did get that right. So it was trunk K, so I just went by the numbers in the alphabet. So that is trunk 11. One without the louvers. So yeah, that is definitely the one we want. Cool deal. Now what we want to do is adjust some the torque mod basically on this one. So by default, as we've seen, it gets 1108 horsepower with this. Let's go to the engine. So it does have this and the turbo. So what I want to do is check the torque mod on this thing. And that's going to be under this. It's at 1.7. I want to tone this down. I want to get it this closer to, like, I don't know, maybe even 800 horsepower. Somewhere in that range. I'm thinking anywhere from like 650 to 800 by, at the base. So if we put it at 1, that's 649. 2, it'll be 780. That's a little bit better. 125, 813. So I'm kind of more comfortable with it being closer to like 750, 775 at the base here for this one. You know, being a supercharged engine. So I'm gonna try 112. Ooh, that's close. Okay, 111. 115. And that's close. 116. There we go. So 725 foot-pounds of torque. And wait, where's the horsepower on it? Why is it not listing the horsepower on that? Usually it lists the horsepower. That's weird. Normally it'll put the horsepower as well as the torque. That's what I was so it is, okay, never mind. I'm looking at that wrong. So it is 720. Duh, never mind, don't mind me. Like I said, I'm deprived of a little bit of sleep right now. So we're at 725 horsepower with that that torque setting there. I think that's a little bit more reasonable for this one. That's what I'm gonna go by. Sweet. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this config. Now we will still have to find this car. Right? We will still have to find it. So there we go. So we got it all saved. Boop. Make sure, and then we'll go back to the menu. Let's load this up and see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find this guy. Okay. Now, the other thing I should have probably checked in there is Gulishman's car, I guess, as far as that 300S SL, that Mercedes. In fact, I can do that still. Let me go back in there just for a second. And we can load that one up. Because we did see that we did have that in our workshop mods. So let's look for VW Beetle, McLaren. That one is those. Wonder if that's going to be loading up here. Mercedes. I wonder why that's not showing in this list. Ferrari, Midget, Stepside, McLaren, Q1 Corvette. So I'm not seeing that mod in here. Well, it's not up in here either. 500. That would be a DLC. I wonder if it's this one here. No, okay. Making sure. I am not seeing that one in here, so I don't know why that one's not loading in here. I guess we're checking this one out. Testing it out. So just making sure it's not in here. I think that might be an issue. So if it doesn't show down in here as a mod, most cases it'll put it up near the DLC. That's what I've seen before, but I'm not seeing it in either place. So it'll usually have the mod tag to it. I am not seeing that car. Check up here at the top. If it didn't get pushed up in here somewhere. Oh, there it is. There's our 69 Camaro. Yeah, I'm not seeing that one in here, so that might be the car might have an issue. Now it may be too that we don't have the police deal or the Jeep DLC. I mean the Jeep Ram. I don't know if that's the case too. It may not populate in here because we don't have that. That's a good possibility as well. We have had cars when we don't have all the DLC for it, it won't show up in here. I think that might be the issue with that one. But we'll have to take a look and see and get in that Jeep Ram DLC, particularly for the engine of that. Okay, so let me put this back onto. Whoops. Oh, here. Let me put it back on the 57. That one is by. Right there. Put that back on there for now. Alright, so at least we took a look to see if it was in here or not. Alright, let's go back into the main menu. Let's load this back up. You go stick your head in the fridge? Yeah, bring us back something too while we're at it. Yeah, we could take a snack. Okay, we'll get this loaded back up into our save. And, yeah, I may have to look post-stream, I guess, as far as to see if we can get that DLC for the Jeep Ram. That does have that engine in there for that. Also, I'm going to be looking into that IRX-Z. That requires the police DLC. But for now, we're going to load this one up. See if we can find this. New Restomod 57 Bel Air gets as far as that we just created. Yeah, I might have to move. I just remembered that. I want to move my drag Camaro back out. Yeah, we did showcase, I guess, as far as the difference And this one here, I'm gonna put this dude away. Let's move him back into here. We'll swap back out our drag gen 2. That's that one. So let's move that out. Ta-da! And we'll put that other one back where it belongs. Okay, so yeah, we can probably put these both away actually. Yeah, let's do that. Let's swap this one over to. We got its own garage for it. So this is our own Z28. I'm gonna put this one there. And put this one right there. Cool. Sweet. Alright, so we're going to leave the standard out, SS, and the drag, at least for now. Alrighty then, so what we can do now, we've got our inventories clear. I want to make some room here on the lift. So, what we'll do for now, we're going to put this dude away. I think we're done with that for now. And we're going to see if we can find this new config we created for the Restomod 57 Bel Air. Go to car auctions. See what we got available to us over there. It'll be our first visits over to the car auctions today. See if we get lucky. Look at that. So we got the 288 GTO. We already got one of those. Had some fun working on that today. So we are looking for Restomod Cruiser. Now this is not the one we want. We want this the Restomod 2. That's what we named that that deal. So I don't remember what the difference is with these. I think this one is a convertible. As far as the Restomod Cruiser, this one's pretty well stripped out. It's in rough shape. We're going to skip out on that one. Hopefully we can get a Restomod 2. So there's our Restomod. That's the one we already have. We're looking for the Restomod 2. So apparently none of those in this visit to the salvage auction. Let's check that regular auction. Heck nabbit. Get out of here. No, I want to go back. Thank you. There you go. Check out these regular auctions here. So we got another cruiser in here that's a 5-star. Okay, so no Restomod 2. At least at this auction visit. So I guess what we'll do is we'll go and check out a barn. See what we got at the barns. Yeah, hopefully Comic will bring back some munchies for us. I'm starting to get a little bit hungry. We're still good to go here for a little bit. I'd have a pretty decent sized breakfast. Yeah, got up that early, I guess, as far as I needed the stamina. I definitely needed the stamina. Okay, so let's go check out a barn. We still got over 100. Still well over 100 barns. Oh, we got a C1 Corvette in here, I see. This looks like a standard? Nope, that's a Restomod. A Restomod C1. It's definitely not what we're looking for. We're looking for a Restomod 2 57 Chevy Bel Air. That's definitely not a Bel Air. And we got an El Camino over here. Hit the bong and grabbed a Coke out of the fridge instead. So, no munchies? I was hoping to get some munchies. I was hoping to get some munchies. So, not the cars we're looking for in this barn visit. Let's check a couple piles on our way out. So this is the front of the barn. See if we can find that crate. So if we find the crate, fine. If we're not, that's okay. So far, no crate. Like over by the El Camino.
Chemical Sold Oneer says, what's that hatchback in the corner?
The hatchback in the corner? It's not what we're looking for, but that is this one right here. This little guy. It's a Honda Civic SIR. We have one of these, I think. I guess as far as the SIRs are one of the better ones to have with that big BFM. So this one has, yep, that big freaking motor, at least for a Honda Civic anyway. Yeah, we definitely have one of those. We got it pretty well beefed up there too, I guess, as far as for. All right, we got no crate. That's okay. Let's go ahead and keep it rolling here. We're gonna go back to auctions. Go back to the auctions. I love wagons and hatchbacks. It's a cute little car, I'll admit it. Like I said, we do have one of those in our parking garage. Pretty well souped up. Alright, we're gonna go back to the auctions here again, I guess, as far as to see if we can find that. Now, we did have a pretty good mix of the 57 Bel Air over at the last auction visit, but just not the one we're looking for. Hector's. Who's Hector's? Hector's is running 3 spoon. Huh? Copa, what you talking about over there? Not speaking my language. Let's go check out car auctions. Let's see, you're 6'1", 200 pounds, getting out of my little WRX hatch. Makes a lot of people, don't. I can imagine. Okay. So, we got any Restomod? That's Land Rover. I was going to say, I thought maybe for a second there I had Jeep, which I don't. There's that one again. We already have it. 57, so nothing in the salvage auction. We got a GT, so this one I think is just the standard trim. GT. For that Subaru. Alright, let's check out this auctions. Standard 57 Bel Air. Not what we're looking for. Restomod. So not a Restomod 2. What we're looking for. Okay, no Restomod 2s here at this auction visit. Alrighty then, so let's go back and check another barn. We're going to go back and forth between the barns and the... As our last resort, we might do a junkyard. We'll see. Hector's is running 3 spoon engines. Oh, Fast and Furious? Oh, I guess I missed the punchline. I need NOS, Harry, the big ones. 2 of them. I need. Yeah, I wish we had NOS. So we can definitely put the visual aesthetic, I guess, as far as for the NOS bottles in a lot of our cars, but it doesn't actually function as NOS. It's kind of a bummer. That's kind of one thing I'm hoping maybe they will introduce in 26, CMS 26. Maybe have a NOS option as a tuning option. We'll check out another barn while we're thinking about that. So that's a Fast and Furious. Yeah, now I get it. It's been a while since I've watched that one. Okay, so let's see what kind of cars we got in this barn. We have an OG Viper. It's in pretty good shape too. Yeah, it's in really good shape. This probably needs a bath. We got a Z28 Camaro. 96. We got already one of these. Pretty well tuned up. So again, not one of the ones we're looking for. We're looking for that 57 Bel Air Restomod. Where are you hiding? Ooh, we got a non-shaker. No, this is the shaker. Take that back. Plymouth Barracuda shaker. No, this has got the 426 on it. I take that back as well. That's definitely a shaker, though. That's the shaker. Yep. So we made a non-shaker for this one too. Got some pretty cool cars in here, but definitely not the ones that we're looking for. So let's check the piles on our way out. Where's the front of the barn? There it is. Check some piles, see if we get the crate. Not what we're looking for. There's the crate. We'll take it. At least we're not leaving empty-handed in this barn. Alright, we're going to take our crate and head back to the house. You want to drive them all? Who doesn't? Yeah, who doesn't? Dakar race in the desert. Let's go rally. I'm not a big fan of rally. At least doing it virtually. Full send. F1 car. May not be ready for that, but I'll try. As far as the F1, there's a raffle on that while it's hot. So we did get a crate out of that barn visit. Check out our crate, see what we get out of this. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another crate, another chance. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And some credits. Nice. Okay, let's open up our next crate. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Another crate. So 8 is my record. So far we're on 2. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And some more credits. So that's 2, right? 8 is my record. Can you get another crate? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holler, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Nope. Alright, so that was our... And we just get the 122. I guess as far as that XP. Let's go. Alright, so that's good. So that was a barn. Let's go check out another auction. We'll find this Restomod 2. Let's get it. Get it done, son. Alright, salvage auction. Come on, Restomod 2. Got a Fuelie, see one. Okay, nothing here at the salvage auction. Okay, let's check our regular auction. We keep finding this Restomod, but not necessarily Restomod 2. Kind of bums me out. Give me a Restomod 2, darn it. Restomod Cruiser? Come on now. That's the 2 other Restomods, but not the one we created. Gross. Alright, so nothing at this auction that we were looking for. Is that a WRX? No, it's a GT. Okay. We're good on this visit. Oh, another barn. I think I'll save, do a couple more of these. Hopefully we can find it. That is my fear. I do not have a steering wheel for my PC. And when I get one, the rally racing games, will suck. No, I think if you get one, that should make you better. I know in my experience, I guess as far as having a steering wheel, it actually makes you better at the racing games. Alright, let's go check out another barn. We're getting so close, especially at the auctions, as far as finding that Restomod 2. Oh, what are you doing there, player? You stay. You stay. Okay, let's see what we got in this this barn. What kind of cars we got in this barn? Okay, nothing over here. Ooh, what is this here? That is definitely not... Is that a Subaru? That's a GT, Subaru Legacy, yep. We got a pick-em-up truck. F100. Not what we're looking for. So we're looking for that 57 Bel Air Restomod 2. We got one more in here. That is definitely not it. So this is an M3. I think it's a M3 series. The M3. Yep. Yeah, 3 series M3. I know they're not the same, but they look similar. So let's check a couple piles. While we're at it, before we leave this window, we'll go back to another auction. There's the front of the barn. Okay, no crate. Give me the crate, give me the crate. Come on, crate. So, yeah, this is for the 57 Bel Air. Got the gold accent. I think that's what that is. Got gold or chrome and or the black trim. Pretty cool how they did that. Okay, we don't have any crate in this one here. I know there is one, but I'm not looking for it. We're looking for that Restomod too. Alright, we're going to leave this one. Check out another auction. Yeah, cross those fingers and the toes. Cross the fingers and the toes. It's the thrill of the hunt. Dakar. I've heard of Dakar. Yeah, that's the... Is that the super trucks? I think that's what they call those. Maybe I got that wrong. I've definitely heard of that. Okay, let's go ahead and go back to the auctions. And we are so close to finding one of those at the auction. I need to cross the fingers too. I'm gonna get on that action. Crossing my toes too. Come on, give me a Restomod 2. Oops, give me a Restomod 2. Come on, Restomod 2. There's our default GT. Okay, nothing here. There's our non-shaker. Come on, Restomod 2. Damn, we got no Bel Airs in here. Nope, there it is there. That's the Restomod. Not the one we're looking for. Dag nabbit. Nope, not this visit. Alright, do it a couple. We'll do maybe one more round. So we'll do one more barn, one more auction, and then we'll try the junkyard. That'll be my last resort for that. Motorcycles all the way to semi-trucks racing across the Sahara. Oh, is it really? Yeah, see, I'm not as familiar with all that type of racing, but point A to point B, fastest times. Also, it's all kinds of different vehicles. I gotcha. Okay, so that was salvage. I'll check on another barn. Still over 100. We're still over 100 barns. What are we building today? Right now we're looking for that Restomod 2 Chevy Bel Air, their truck names. We already did a Ferrari 288 GTO for today. I guess as far as we're just looking for this. Ooh, this one is GTO 383 6-back. This is the mod Pontiac GTO. These are really nice. They did a really good job on those. I don't like the color, but looks pretty cool. That's definitely not one we're looking for. We've got, what is this one? This one's a Tesla Roadster. Definitely not what we're looking for. Interesting mix of cars in this barn. So the last one we have in here is this fella, which is a drag Impala. Yep, definitely not one we're looking for. So, bummer. And we're coming up short finding this Restomod 57 Bel Air. We're going to try one more auction visit and one more barn visit. I think those are for the van. Yep, that's for Aston Martin Vantage. Okay. I want to make one of these, I guess, as far as like the GTO, as far as for the servo and the battery. definitely want to make one of those. That'd be kind of cool. Nope, no crate there. Check around the corner here by the GTO. That's a Bel Air. That's part 2. That's the red interior. It's got a lot of really cool interiors for that Bel Air. That's for a C1. That's not repairable, unfortunately. Okay. Alright, no crate. We'll check out another auction. Oh, I can feel it so good. I think we've got the closest we've got is over at the auction so far. Keep those fingers and toes crossed. You bought the Nissan DLC and only built one of them so far. So which one of those out of that did you build? Did you build the GTR? GTR's a pretty fun car. We built one of those. Okay, so that was a barn. Let's go check out another auction. So one more auction, one more barn, and we'll check junkyard. I feel like we're closer to finding one here at the auction. The 19 something? Not sure which one that would be. The only one I can think of off that Nissan DLC is that GTR. I'm not going to say there isn't one named that. Ooh, it's a Roadrunner. Mimi. There we go. We finally found. This was in really rough shape, though. I don't care. We're going to go ahead and check it out. I was hoping to get one in a little bit better shape. This one's in really bad shape. This is a 1-star. Holy mackerel. This is basically like a bear frame. Damn, son. Alright, we're going to bid on it. We're going to bid on it. Got most of the engine here. Probably not worth a crap, but we'll go ahead and rebuild that to supercharged. Alright, let's bid on this puppy. We did finally find one. The high end is 29,000. I want to play nowhere near that, if I can help it. Don't remember the year. I'm trying to remember all the cars that are in that Nissan DLC. It's the only one I can think of off the top of my head is that GTR. We did put that. I got a lot of people bidding on this thing. Come on, lay off there, buddies. Damn. Holy smokes, I can't get one in there edgewise. Not that easy there, Rod Knocker. Nope. Come on now. Oh, it's gonna go over. Gonna go over. Oh, you dirty rascal. We almost had it. Yeah, it went over. Son of a gun. I don't want to pay this much for it, but how much it goes over. This is the worst thing about auctions. Is overpaying for your car. So we're like 5,000 over the estimated. Oh well, we got it. Let's go ahead and put that in our garage. Alright, so we got ourselves a Restomod 2. We got a lot of work cut out for us there. We got our V8 Special Toyota Supers. Just looking to see what else is in here. We did buy that one. I think that's all we want. Okay, cool. Let's head back to the house. Let's check out our new dig. So, I got a feeling we probably did pay a good 5,000-6,000 over. We're gonna be in the hole with this one. We'll fix it up though. We'll fix it up. It will look cool when done with it though. Oh yeah, they usually do. Once you do fix them up. I didn't want to have to do quite so much work on this one, but yeah, we can see the condition here. In comparison to our... So this is basically the same car as this one here. It's just in really rough shape. Okay, so what we're going to do... probably weld the frame, all that good stuff. Let's weld it first. 1400, get her welded. Get the frame all good to go.
Racer Batman says pew 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 rockin' sports car rolls rockin' sports car rolls rockin'
Nice.
steer rockin' spray rockin' loop ro.
Good one there, Racer Batman. Okay, I really like that color on the completed one. Yeah, this one here. Yeah, this is what we're going to try to duplicate. So, basically what we tried to do with this config is make it so that the base horsepower isn't quite so high. So the base horsepower on this one's 725. In comparison to the original design here was 1108, which I just felt was way too high at the base. It leaves, really, in my opinion, no room. I mean, you can put performance parts on it, but that's going to make it ridiculously high. So we created this version, I guess, as far as to have something to build on as far as base power. That's why we did it this way. So it's basically the same car, just a slightly different design to the torque mod. Alright, so we did get her welded. So that's good to go. Let's go ahead and fix up the body panels on this dude. We are missing a lot of body panels on this thing. Let's charge the battery. Yeah, we can get that out of there, why not? Really like the way they did this one. This is kind of nice. Looks very nostalgic. Okay, those, I forgot those do come off. Got some very interesting body parts on this thing here. I like it. So it's even got the A-pillars left here on the windshield. Neat. Okay, front end. Gonna get all the body panels that are on this thing. This is pretty cool. So this is what's left of the body, I guess, as far as I have to take all the body panels off. And this, we can take the interior out. And it might be missing, actually. Oh, there it is right there. You can take that completely out of there. There's a lot of detail in this thing. That's all part of the body. Cool, let's go fix up what we can, though. Too much power for that. Yeah, just at the base, right? Now we should be able to, with this one here that we've designed, we'll have room to get it up to that by doing performance parts. I feel like what the creator of that Restomod, the original idea was for it to have performance parts in it already. That's why they put that horsepower that high. That's the only thing I can think of. Because to have that much base horsepower in that, I guess, as far as that's just unrealistic. This is why we created our own config for it. Anyway, so alright, body panels. Let's get on here what we got. Fenders, that one's good. Hood, I think was, nope, we got that, cool. This fender's missing. So we'll probably repaint this one. We're missing that door. Don't have the clamshell, okay. Front end, did we get that fixed? Yep. Cool. Nice. Okay, we don't think we have the front bumper. Nope. So, just get the parts on there. Now, we did change out the trunk and the body config. We did confirm that in the editor. So, it should have the one without the louvers. Okay, so I think... Alright, let's get the parts that we need here. So, this would be a chrome bumper. Actually, it'll probably have the black trim. Let's go here, here. This one will have the black trim, yep. The way this Restomod is designed to have the black trim. Cool. Now we should be able to put this back on. Nice. That black trim just looks sexy. Don't care for the baby blue color. I guess we'll probably repaint it. What color we'll do that, I'm not sure. I like the blue with the black. We can probably do this one red. That might be a nice contrast. So let's get the parts we don't have. That, the front bumper. A lot of parts for this thing here we can get. I don't know about you folks, but I like to fix up the body on the car first before I get into like the engine and such. I don't know, it's just a order I like to take with it. Not 100% required, or anything like that, but just the way I like to go about it. Can't wait to. So you're getting a PC? Is that what you're saying there, Truck Games? PC is where it's at. PC is definitely where it's at, especially when it comes to this game. Looking good. So trunk, yeah, we should have the non-louver trunk, which would be the trunk. Should be the K trunk. Yep, that's exactly the one we wanted. Cool. Yep. So the one that comes on this one originally, I guess, as far as has louvers on that, it just looks funky. I don't really care for that look. It's unique for sure, but as far as just not what I'm looking for. I like you can interchange the parts though. The parts are interchangeable. It's nice to have a little bit of variety in that regard. Okay, so we need some winders. Side windows. Nice. There's all those. And let's get these winders in there. Give me all the winders. Yeah, especially that red dash. With that color, yeah, this kind of clashes a little bit. Just a little bit. Windshield. I like how they included the wipers, I guess, as far as onto the windshield like that, as far as a part of that part. That's cool. It's slick. Get some new headlights. DRL, what does that mean? Driving, is that driving lights? No, not sure. Okay, did I get the left one? Yep. I need this dude. DRL, I don't know what that means. Is that driving lights? I don't know what that means. Not sure what that means. Anyway, so let's adjust our shopping list. We don't need that. Cool, so that's good that way. Did we get taillights? Hold on a minute. So is this good? Gotta fix that one up. And we need one here. So what's kind of neat is this is done pretty legit. Out of the 57s we're done with the fuel fill right behind the taillight. It's pretty slick. We need a new taillight here. That was missing. And we can fix up that other taillight. Let's go over here to the bench and fix that up. There we go. I think our body should be in good shape now. Let's see. How are we doing with our body? Whoa, what are we missing on our body? Missing some stuff here. So I think we need... Yep, engine cover. Yep. Yep. Get ourselves an engine cover. Okay, where are we at now? 75, so we're missing 25%. Okay, we gotta go look through our list here and see what we're missing. We are missing rear. Okay, that's good. Front end. Let's see what else. Oh, there we go. So we're missing all of this stuff here. Carport 2J, 34J. Holy smokes. Rear left door B? Where the heck is that? Rear left door B. Where's that at? Oh, that's stuff here in the... Oh, I got you. Okay, so let's get this car part 2. That's our bench seat, so rear bench only. Put that in. Door cards in that too. I forgot about those are a thing. Those are a thing on this car. Yep. I remember. Yep, so we need these door cards. That's 4J, so that'll be over on this side too. Actually, is this one on here? Nope, I think it's missing. This is what we're missing. Let's get that guy, so that's a 5J. Alright, let's go with that. So that's that door card. There's that door card. Neat. Okay, and then we had this car part 6. Yeah, we got that fixed up. That's the carpet, basically. Okay, how are we doing now? 87, yeah, we're doing a lot better. So, let's see what else we're missing. You fix the body first before anything else. You're not the only one. Hopefully, I will still... Need to get a job again? Yeah, that's... Interior stuff, maybe... No, so the way this one works here, it has these car parts here, so interior is going to be totally separate. But there are some interior parts that are car parts, which is part of the body. So this one here we're missing. Car part 6J. So let me go into here. This one's got a lot of parts to it. Car part 6J. 4, 5, 6J. Well, that's the headliner. See, I missed that on the other build there too. That's the headliner. Yep, that's our headliner. So the way you put this one in, you got to squat. That's how you missed that. So it says it right on here. They got to be parked outside. Now we're using quality of life mod, so it allows us to open the door. But I think even if you didn't open the door, you could still get this in here if you just crouch. You could easily do it either way. Either crouch or have it outside. But it's nice that they got it labeled to kind of let you know how that goes. So how are we doing? 90, so I think that last 10% is going to be license plates. So if we put some plates on this, I think we'll be good to go on the body. Yeah, we're going to repaint this one. I'm thinking maybe we'll do red on this one. It's already got the brown interior. Yeah, so that one's we done blue. That's the original Restomod. We're going to do this one, I think, in red. Be a nice contrast. So let's, we got to charge that battery. Let's charge the battery on this one. Okay. And then, yeah, license plates, that's what I meant. Put some plates on her. Go to here to the plate shop. Let's get some standard plates on it for now. 2 of them, one for the front, one for the back. And that should complete the body. There we go. Body. Ooh. Nope, we're still 2% down. Okay, what are we missing yet? Rear left door B. I gotta find out what this is. Rear left door B. Is that in the trunk? Hold on a second. Rear left door B. I don't remember where that was. Okay, so let's go here. We'll find it. So we'll go back to here. Rear left door B. So that might be this way. So many parts for this car. Kinda neat. There's all the different trunks. Rear left door B. What the heck? windshield, sun visor. Yeah, this is the trunk we changed it out from with having the louvers in it. There's a windows. I don't see where that's at. Rear clamshell. Rear left door B. Here it is right here. Where is this thing? I know where that goes, so that's what we're missing. So where does that go? Oh, that's for the field, you dummy. Yeah, so it's for the... I was just talking about that earlier. That little door, I guess, as far as that goes for the fill. Neat. Yeah, so we did have that on this one here, too. Yep. Got it. And I think that actually works, too. This will actually open up here. See, and it gives you access to the fill. Pretty cool. If we go... How do you close that back up, though? Oh, no. How do you close it back? Does it just do it on its own? Oh, there it is. I see. So it's just kind of slide... Wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Get back on there. I don't know how you close it. Is it closed? Oh, okay, it slides up and down. That's funny. Yeah, it like slides up and down. That's interesting. It just kind of pops open like that. They have access to... Interesting how they did that, though. I don't know if I would make it open up a little bit wider, maybe? I don't know. Cool deal, though. Interior stuff, maybe, yeah. Let's get another raffle going. How many people we still got? How many folks we still got in here? Let's get another raffle. Boost up them fluids. How many people are paying attention? Okay, so body's good to go. 100% on the body and frame. This one I think might run. Maybe not. So are we missing any parts here? Let me see if we are. Okay, so yep, we're definitely missing some parts. What are we missing here? Just out of curiosity. We'll probably just go ahead and pull it. So part of the reason why we can't start it is the battery. Let's see if that's all it is just the battery. Let's see what we got. Put that back in the trunk. Whoops, wrong one. Always do that. Bro. Alright, there we go. We'll get it right. So, battery's charged. I think I already pulled the fuel pump out there too. Let me fix that up really quick and replace the fuel tank. Hit it again. Okay, now the fuel tank. Can I get at it from here? I might have to lift it up. Yeah, I gotta lift it up. Alright. So, let me just go ahead and put the fuel pump back in here for now. Have to make note, I guess, as far as we will have to change out that fuel tank. Just want to see if we can do a compression test on her. Yep, cool deal. So everything's here. We don't have anything missing. It's definitely been a while that we worked on one this in rough shape. I generally usually like to get the 3-star ones there from the auction, but this is kind of a long, how do you say, it's been a while since we've gotten one in this bad a shape at the auction. So we did already charge the battery, so that's showing good. That's the only thing that's good so far. So let's go ahead, now that we know it does, all the parts are here. Let's go ahead and drain the oil. What little is probably in there, and we'll get her pulled out. Who got that raffle? Racer Batman got that one there. GG's there, Racer Batman. Caught some folks probably sleeping. Haven't watched in a while. That's on me. What haven't you watched? Oh, as far as here, I mean, that, you know, it's you got real life going on. That comes first. So let's go ahead and drain that out. Yeah, that oil's nasty. All right, let's get her dismantled down here so we can get this pulled out. So I'm gonna have to really look into it post stream. What was going on with the config that's available, but Ghoulish did, I guess, as far as on the Steam Workshop for that 500 SL or the 300 SL Mercedes. It may just come down to the fact that I need to have that Jeep Ram DLC. We'll get that squared away, I guess, as far as to see if we can find that deal. So I think we got everything dismantled enough there to get that engine pulled. Gonna be good. Let's get her back on the ground. Yeah, I'm thinking red on this car. Definitely red on this one. That's that supercharged engine in this guy. Let's get her yanked out of there. She is out of there. Let's get her on the stand. Okay. I'm gonna do some preliminaries here in the engine bay. Drain some fluids. Yeah, definitely gotta build the fluids back up here. Fortunately, you do have to be here, I guess, as far as for that to happen. And we definitely understand, I guess, as far as everybody can be here all the time. Try to make up for it, I guess, as far as for the folks that are unable to be here on the regular. Let's see. Drain these out. We don't want the mess on the floor. People get slipping and falling and all that. You know how it works. Okay, so we'll get the radiator out. Intercooler. So, yeah, I think we did come to that conclusion. You wouldn't necessarily have an intercooler on a supercharged engine. So we have the same thing going on with this dude. Does have the intercooler on this one too. Not typical with a supercharged engine usually. Usually only on the turbos you'll have those, but it does have it, so we just kind of roll with it. You can take it off, I guess, as far as based on the editor too, if we wanted to. Okay, get that out of there. Ooh, let's go fix up what we can over here. We'll get this engine bay squared away. So the ECU and the fuse panel is under the dash. I think is a pretty cool way to go about it. Instead of having it all in the engine bay. Okay, so let's pull out. Should be able to get it from here. It has somewhere here. Yeah, there's the ECU. It's under the dash. Have to get that from the engine bay, and then the fuse panel's over here. Let's put this intercooler back in here right away. While we're at it. Cool, so that's all fixed up. Okay, get in here. Put a radiator back in there. That's no, we don't want that radiator. That radiator back in. Let's get some new containers for those. Go back to this store. A bug juice container, cherry juice container. Servo has been repaired. We can get ECU replaced. And let's deal with these fuse and relays. I like how they got this tucked up underneath the dash there. That's pretty slick. I like it. It's very retro. Lots of fuse and relays we needed in this one. Okay, so let's get that all fixed up. So we'll have to buy a new ECU. Those are not repairable. Okay. Time to stretch. Yeah, I'm getting to that point here too myself. I'm starting to get a little bit more hungrier. You didn't get us a snack, I guess, as far as from the fridge there earlier, Chemical, so stomach's starting to rumble a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to hold you accountable for that. Alright, let's go ahead and get this fuse panel back in. You're a little hungry too? Are you on your lunch there, farmer guy? You on your lunch already? I know you had to head off to work, so maybe get a little bit hungry now. Okay, so let's do... Whoop, wrong store. I'm gonna go to the electronics store for those. So 2 of these. 2 of those. 4 of these. That's the little guys. 1 of those. 3 of these. Got a little bit of everything in this fuse panel. 3 of these. And that's it. Let's get these put in. 2 big boys. 1 medium dude. 2 medium dudes. 4 little dudes. You gotta operate that ECU and all the electronic stuff, I guess, as far as I understand. Ignition coils, all that good stuff. So we gotta have all the fuses and relays. Alright, so that's all good. So did we get a new ECU? Let's get a new ECU. You're about to head to 3 job.
It ain't got no gas in it.
Well, it doesn't yet. We're working on it. We're working on it. So you're going to your 3rd job. You got quite a few jobs today. Alright, so we got most done here in the engine bay. We still got to do the front end. I'm going to work on this front end here a little bit. We'll see how long I can go here as far as before I absolutely need to get off on this thing, I guess, as far as get some grub. Get some grindage. A little rusty on this one. This was a 1-star from the auction, so gotta keep that in mind. A little rough shape. If you have 4, I'll be home in 3 hours to go flying. Oh, you're gonna be doing some flight simulator. Yeah? I don't think you ever did get into that, I guess, as far as the other night. I know you said I think you were going to, but I guess you didn't get into it. Got too busy in the other games. It happens. There we got our radiator and all that fixed up. We're good there. Oop, gotta get that sway bar end off of there. Get this tire off. I think that's one good thing this thing had going for it. It had all the tires on it. Even being a 1-star. It did have all the tires on it. And it looks like the rims are repairable. So far. That's good news. Definitely doesn't need a lot of TLC though to get it back up to snuff. Okay, we gotta get that sway bar in like out. A little bit rusty. Okay. Tie rod stuff. So most everything's here. It's just in really rough shape is all. And the fact that all the engine was there was we were able to do the compression test on it. Weren't missing any parts off of that engine. Good stuff. Subframe. Alright, let's go get these parts fixed up. So I might save the engine rebuild, I guess, as far as for next time. So for now, we'll just fix up this front end, get this ready to go. Definitely starting to get a little bit hungry. Yeah. I'm holding, I'm blaming Chemical for not bringing us any grindage, I guess, as far as from the fridge earlier. He's like, wait, what? What did I do? Calling you out. So I think we've got some rotors we can machine. Hit it again. There we go. Let's see what rotors we got here to machine. Both of them. Nice. Alright, let's get some new brake pads. Some new brake pads. New wheel bearings. 2 of those. Get 2 new caps. We need the tie rod stuff. All the tie rod stuff and all the particulars. Do those. Cool. Alright, let's get our other rotor. Then we need rubber bushings. So we got the double wishbone set up there, yes? Okay, so what we'll do, we'll get 12 rubber bushings. Easy dozen of those. And then I know we gotta take apart our shock assemblies. Do that real quick. Get our other rotor. Okay, rotors are good. Okay, we'll rebuild these shock assemblies. Alrighty, so we got over here. So we need a new one of those, new one of those, new one of those. 2 of those. 2 of these. And 2 caps. Rinse and repeat. All new parts there. And that baby blue just does not do it for me. It just does not do it for me. So I think we're gonna take this over to the paint booth and actually paint it. We're gonna do it red. So this one actually does have its own frame on it too. I have not done that on our Gen 2, and I may consider that because look at how nice these line up on these control arms. That's the way that's supposed to work. These are actually tied into the frame. That's pretty slick. I like that. I never noticed that, I guess, as far as before. That makes me want to make an actual frame, I guess, as far as for Gen 2. We don't have one yet. Right now it's just basically a floating body, if you will. Oh, that gives me so many ideas now. I really wish there was a way to determine this subframe here. I want to make a frame based on where that subframe is located and just build off of that. Oh, that gives me so many ideas. That's something I'm going to have to work on the off stream. We're going to figure something out. Don't worry about that. We're going to figure something out. Okay, so I think we got all the stuff we need to rebuild this front end. Let's put it back together. So, with regards to end links and sway bar and all that, I think we got most of it. Get our knuckle in there. Tie rod. Back and plate. Tail hub. This is all refurbished. We got new bearings. Packet full of grease, cap it off. Machine rotors. Upper and lower control arms. All new bushings. Put our shock assembly in. Okay, new pads. Calipers are refurbished. Along with that cylinder. Sweet, so that's ready for tire there. We still need to put a sway bar in. Get that in there with the end links. There it is. End links, let's get 2 of those, 1 for each side. Now we can officially put that tire on there. Back and plates. Wheel hub. I'd have somewhere to put that wheel. Rotor. One thing I noticed, I have noticed this for a while, but I never really mentioned it. It doesn't show the wheel studs on it. Let's get our new bearing. Pack that full of grease, cap it off. Yeah, no studs on that wheel hub. I don't know if that's done intentionally. Unless it adds the studs to it, I guess, as far as when you put the tire on it. I never, yeah, it's kind of one of those quirky things, I suppose. Okay, shock assembly. There we go. So I'm going to put that end link onto this side. And this side should be done. So, missed the tie rod. Tie rod, thank you. And that'll be ready for tire. Ta-da! Cool, let's go pull these tires apart, actually. Yep, the hunger is definitely starting to set in. I think one of the last things we'll do here before we end this, we're going to paint that red. Got the body all ready to be able to paint her. Fix up these rims, put some new rubber on them. Okay, so for these tires, we've got 55. I think they're the same all the way around. So we can probably just get 4 of them. Yep, 4 the same. 255, 45, 18. So let's go put that on the list. Go to the tire shop. And 255, 45, 18s. 4 of them. 255. I always thought these were kind of wide. This deal, but I guess maybe not. So 45. There we go. 4 new ones of those tires. Let's put these onto our rims. I guess they're not too wide. Pretty decent size width on them though. this one balance. Must have the balance. Okay, put these on the front. That should pretty much take care of our front end. Nice. Okay, so let's go ahead and get her down. We're gonna get this thing painted. One of the last things we'll do here for today. Pretty good progress on this. There's coming from a 1 star at the auction. Looking pretty good so far. Alright, let's take her over to the paint booth. Let's paint her red. Probably, oh shoot, I'm so used to the dyno. Oopsie. I'm gonna take her to the paint booth. There we go. Let's paint her. What do we got? Dirty? No. We could take it. We'll go ahead and get her washed. Let's.
Loud noises!
Where? There's no loud noises in here. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's get this over to the car wash and get her washed. There we go. So, I don't know if we got her detailed. We'll go ahead and do that right away, too. Get her all nice and cleaned up. Okay, let's go... Now we can go to the paint booth. Let's see what kind of color red we want to paint this. Let's try... That's a little too deep. I was thinking maybe like this, but... like that. Let's go with this color. This just looks fire with that black trim. Plus we got the brown interior and the red dash already. That looks pretty good. We're gonna go with that. So then we'll have a nice contrast between our original Restomod and this guy. There you have it. He looks marvelous. It even paints that rim on there. That's pretty slick how they did that. And nice. Okay, so we gonna get this back over to the lift, and we're gonna wrap this up here, folks, because we'll save this here for once we get into our Wednesday. We got a nice contrast between these two now. So our own config is the Firefly Restomod 2 and the original Restomod. I'm thinking maybe we could put some performance parts onto this guy, I guess, as far as to get it to that base level on this one. I think that'll be kind of a fun little process there. So if you want to see any of that progress, I guess, as far as come back on our Wednesday or whatever Wednesday, we'll be wrenching on some more cars here. Very much appreciated for those of you that did drop by and stick around for today. We'll be back on here tomorrow doing some trucking, both here and on the red side. Purple and the red side, we'll be doing that simulcast, I guess, as far as on both ends. So if you haven't done so, definitely make sure you hit the follow button on the purple side and subscribe on the red side, I guess, as far as to make sure you get the notifications for when the streams go live. Social medias are posted on all the channels. I'll put these at your fingertips so you can check that out at your leisure. I do like to let the folks know. Oh! Ghoulishman crashing out, I guess, as far as that. Yeah, so Ghoulishman, I know you've been hanging out there. We had a little bit of a problem trying to load that up in the editor. And I think it might just have to do with us not having the Jeep Ram DLC. So I'm going to see what I can do about possibly getting that so we can get that loaded up into the editor, possibly. We'll see what happens with that. And I'm thinking that's why we're not seeing it in the editor. Can't remember how it goes, I guess, as far as we got to have all the DLC to make sure to have it even load. So we'll see if we can get that figured out. Yeah, so your one there, I guess, as far as so I can kind of show this here really quick. I'm going to save this progress. Your car is not coming up at all. It does show up in my subscribes deals. And we've already restarted the game at least once. In an effort, I guess, as far as to create our config for our 57 Bel Air. So I'm thinking it's just has to do with me not having that Jeep Ram DLC. So let me save this really quick and we'll do this. Yeah, kind of show. So we're good. Let's go to the editor here real quick, just to kind of show what's going on. So I don't think it's anything you did wrong. It's just the fact I don't have that proper DLC. So the way it should work in here, as you've already come to see, it should show up in here as a mod, and we're not seeing it. So it may not be showing up for me because I don't have that Jeep Ram DLC. I haven't had any reason to get it, but you know, if you've got that applied to it, we'll see if that's what the issue is. So I'll do that in the off stream. So yeah, just to go up and down this one here, we know it is based on, we do have the Mercedes DLC, so we know that part of it's good. So it's not that, but it doesn't show up in here or down below the bottom of the list there. So I think I'm hoping that maybe that's all it is. And so once we can possibly get that acquired, I'm going to also look into that IROC Z on the Steam Workshop and see what is required with having that police DLC. So there are some things we're going to do in the off stream with that. So more to come here, folks, I guess, as far as cars to work on, I guess, as far as here in Car Mechanics Sim. So we're going to send this off to somebody on the outro if you are on the purple side. So if you can please stick around for the raid on the outro, I very much appreciated it. Now where do I get my words from? Words are so hard. So I want to see. Oh, we're gonna go check out some My Winter Car. I think that's where we're gonna go. Yep, I think that's where we're gonna go. We're gonna go check out some more car gaming. I guess as far as with My Winter Car, it's like Barbarics doing some of that. So that's where we're gonna go in the outro there. If you're on the purple side there, folks. Hope you all have a marvelous rest of your Monday. Stay warm, stay safe, and we'll see you again here real soon, folks.